Hello everyone, I'm Kate.
And I'm Hans.
And you're watching Save and Sound, a Steam music festival where we celebrate the often unnoticed aspect of games, which is music and audio design. Yesterday, we watched the content of 46 games, and if you didn't catch that, you can always watch it back on YouTube. Today, for the next 5 hours, we'll have the pleasure of walking you through another exceptional amount of games, 42 games. We'll watch anything from a Tiny Desk concert to a deep dive about bird sounds, and I personally can't wait. Alongside this stream, there is a Steam event running. Please go check out the amazing art by our very own artist extraordinaire, Hugo Helle. On the sales page, we have over 80 game sales, 50 demos, and many soundtracks just for you, so you have a little look-see. We'll be hosting a key giveaway in chat as well, so please keep an eye out for that. We have 40 games that gave us keys for this very purpose, so big shout out to them. Okay, let's move on. Hans, what we'll have to watch today?
I hope y'all are ready for another day of music, so I think we should just get into it. We'll be starting our day with Enceladus Don't Stop Girly Pop. Yes, the video is as good and insane as the name suggests. After that, we'll be watching a musical performance from the game Fretless, The Wrath of Rifson. Say that 5 times fast. Then it'll be Tears of Metal with a hilarious and insightful showcase on the process of creating music and audio for games. After that, Sundara City of Thousand Eclipses will be doing a chill, Tiny Desk kind of like concert. And then we'll finish up the block with Campervan Make It Home on how they collaborated with a very popular Spanish band to bring their soundtrack to life. Thanks for tuning in to day 2 of Save and Sound, and enjoy.
You wherever I am going to a new world you've never seen. Look at how long apart we go, 'cause we're living in a dream. Come on and follow where I am going to a new world you've never been. Look at how long apart we go, 'cause we're living in a dream. I'll take you wherever I am going to a new world you've never seen. Look at how long apart we
Hey everybody, this is Rob,
And I'm Jeff, and that was Jeff Jennings on the drums.
and we're making a game called Fretless, which is a musical RPG game, but instead of collecting swords and shields, you collect instruments, and your attacks are riffs. A guitar RPG, if you will.
Yeah, the Guitar PG, like Rob said, you can collect different instruments. You can collect an acoustic guitar, a bass guitar, a synthesizer, and an 8-string, and each one of those has a different sound palette and combat music associated with it. You build a deck with those, and then you play your riffs in combat, and they all play out and make different music. As you're doing combat, you're making your own music based on whatever riffs you like to play. Enemies also have their own musical skills, and the boss track that we just played to show that each boss has its own unique soundtrack as well.
You can wishlist Fretless on Steam right now. Check it out. We're very proud of it. We think we have something really cool.
And I am going to do a little playthrough of the acoustic guitar backing track to showcase some of the different musical styles we have in the game. So,
I'll let you get to it.
okay.
What's up, guys? My name is Frank.
My name is Karin. Ok, je clap. Hi, I'm Karin.
Alors, faut que ça commence parce que tu vas dire
Pourquoi?
We are the music team.
Ben, moi je dis I'm Karin, c'est tout.
C'est trop de ping-pong.
Ouais.
Je peux dire I'm, là tu peux dire. Okay, what's up, guys? My name is Frank.
I'm Karin, and we are the team behind the music and the sound design for the game Tears of Metal.
Tears of Metal is a very cool hack and slash roguelike co-op medieval game developed by Paper Cold, with whom we worked previously on Bloodroots. Now let us show you what we did on Tears of Metal.
Alright, so the game's music is centered around many themes. There is one that I like particularly. So it's more, it's not joyful, but it's calm. You know, it's when you are in the village and the battle hasn't started yet. So I used a lot my voice to make the music, to create a texture. Sometimes I double it with a choir VST, make a sound very unique because it's my voice, so it's unique. It's nice to have an identity through the voice. Ok, je vais dire ça.
Okay, so working on that game was a really long, thoughtful process. I really had to kind of deep dive into the metal culture, and I really wanted to be authentic in my method, right? So basically method acting for metal. The one thing I learned when you play metal is you really want to down to as much as possible, really get the fat right down to basically everything. You just go, man.
It was very nice to work with Francis. I really like work with him. We have complementary styles, so it fits, and yeah, it's great.
Bonjour, je m'appelle Julien, je suis sound designer pour Tears of Metal. J'ai pu travailler surtout sur les ambiances. Je prends ça très très au sérieux. Le détail dans l'ambiance, les petits oiseaux, les petits criquets que vous allez pouvoir entendre. Une forêt, c'est tout. C'est une créativité infinie, une forêt. C'est passionnant, mon travail.
He has a lot of energy. He's quite intense sometimes. He drinks a lot of coffee. Yeah.
So here's a little insight about how we integrated the music in the game. So the more you progress in the game, the more the music gets intense and riled up and hardcore. The way we did that is we kind of composed one song and we did 3 versions of the same different song. Every song is separated in many sections, as you can see right here. And that way we were able to play with the structure of the song, and depending what's happening in the game and who you fight and whatever, stuff can change. There's a lot of variability in the music. We recorded many different themes, and the same part can be played over and over again, and you'll hear bagpipes, violin, you'll hear guitar. It's all randomized, kind of controlled chaos. It was kind of a challenge to program all this and ask the devs to give us the right information from the game, and we really had to think about it, and I think what we made is pretty solid and very interesting.
Outside Montreal, we want to achieve the best musical result as possible, and that's why we record as many instruments as we can. Most of them we record ourselves, like guitar, bass, violin. We also definitely wanted to record a bagpipist, bagpiper. The bagpipe is a diatonic instrument, meaning you have bagpipes in A, in B flat, in D, and for the bagpiper, root note will always be an A. Fortunately, I play the harmonica, which is the same concept. So my question is, if you need to write a score of a song that is in D and starts with a D, for a bagpipe in D, then the first note you have to write is... That's pretty simple, right? I don't know why I'm the only one who understands this.
I also was the lead audio designer for the game, so I implement all of the systems. Julien helped also a lot. Cool kid, very cool kid. And I was lucky because I got help from the whole team pretty much. We made like the Battlefield ambiances. They all came in the studio and they screamed. That's it guys, we hope you liked the video. Make sure to wishlist Tears of Metal on Steam.
And join their Discord channel to give them some love and support. Don't forget to like, share, comment, subscribe, hug a stranger, say hi to your mom, and enjoy Save and Sound Festival.
Bye!
Bye guys!
And we are back. Incolatus, Fretless, Campervan all have demos available right now. Tears of Metal and Sandara are available for wishlist. Go check them out, doesn't cost you anything. Today we'll be giving out keys, Steam keys, as Kate previously mentioned. We have 45 different games that all provide us with keys to give away to all you lovely people watching at home. We'll link the form into chat right now. We'll be doing this over the course of the whole show, so really no pressure. All right, what do we have next, Kate?
Before the games, we'd like to give a quick shout out to the sponsor for this blog, Lurkit. They have helped us to get in touch with creators and streamers who are hanging with us today. Lurkit is an influencer marketing platform that connects over 50,000 content creators with game developers and brands. It's a cool place if you want to increase the marketing performance of your games with global key campaigns, creator programs, paid sponsorships, and much more. Alright, to kick off the next block, we have Arctic Awakening, featuring a deep dive into its sound design with some nice synthesizers. After that, we'll have Death of the Reprobate, with a medieval performance in the game itself, and if you look very closely, you'll notice something that you did not expect. Our third game will be Eternal Strands, a world-saving action-adventure where the legendary Austin Wintory will be revealing some behind the scenes on the game's music composition. Following that will be A Guidebook of Babel, a cute puzzle game with a showcase of some instrumental and in-game performance of the game's OST. And we'll finish the segment with Nocturne, a rhythm combat RPG that will be diving into the melodies and chord progressions of the game. Enjoy the show!
Hello, Kai. I thought you could use some company up here. Is it all right if I join you for a while?
Sure, suppose so. Can't let it get too quiet up here. Holy shit, tail's gone!
Hello and welcome to this deep dive into the music of Arctic Awakening. When I first saw the game, it just had such a gorgeous art style, and what really grabbed me was this brilliant blend of elements, equal parts Alaskan wilderness survival story and sci-fi adventure. And the contrast between these elements got me thinking about how I would represent them both with music. So I started the score not with notes but with instrumentation, building a palette of sounds that could represent the wild and elemental forces of Alaska, and at the same time the high-tech modernity seen in the industrial installations of the game. So I wanted to show you a few of the more unusual instruments on the soundtrack, and this lovely little thing is one of them. It's a charango. It's a Andean guitar of sorts. It's found in Peru and Bolivia, and to me it sounds like the wild places of the world, especially the mountainous regions. So here's another instrument I'd like to share with you today. It's the Mando guitar. And you can think of this as a soprano guitar or perhaps a guitar in mandolin range. And to me, it sounds like crystals and ice. Okay, Night Frights, something a little more spooky. Man, I love game audio, making music for games, so creative, and I want to show you something I had a lot of fun with here. So I've got some tonal stingers for you now. So these are rhythmically locked events that I can trigger, and they are used in the game as a positive feedback to the player they've done something that they need to. So in this scene, Kai is outside of the aircraft at night and he's trying to scare away an intruder. So he's going to use a burning branch to wave in the direction of this stalker and hopefully scare it away. Before that, I want to show you something that's really cool up here as well. So Alfie, it's the first time Alfie goes into lantern mode. So Alfie can actually light up like a flying torch. And it's the first time that he proves himself to actually be somewhat useful. And it's a brilliant part of the scene because of all the shadows that his moving light in the environment casts. It's super spooky. So let me just show you what happens when Alfie lights up.
Hey, Bear, get out of here. We got no food.
So cool. Okay, so now the tonal stingers. So as the player waves the branch into the darkness to scare off this intruder, they hear the tonal stinger to say, yes, you've done something right. Here it goes. What's super cool about that is it's the music that's providing the feedback, not a sound effect, but something actually in the soundtrack itself. Here's the final one. Let's go ahead and trigger this one here. Super cool.
Go back inside while I keep watch.
All right.
Okay, Vista View. This is something a bit different. Dynamic filters on the two synth lines in this composition. This is really cool. So what we're doing in this composition is we're going to track, basically, in the scene, the position of Alfie and Kai relative to the edge of a cliff. Below is a big reveal. And so as Alfie moves toward the cliff edge, we hear this. If he comes away from the cliff edge, we hear the filter come down. And then as Kai moves towards the cliff edge, we hear this. Really cool. So it's louder, the filter's opening, so then we'll put Alfie all the way toward the cliff edge. And finally, we're also tracking the head position. So when Kai actually, or the camera position I should say, so when Kai actually looks down beneath him and sees the big reveal, we are hearing this.
Don't keep me in suspense, man.
I don't suppose your power plant has a giant satellite dish on it?
Giant what now?
I think I just found what needs that power.
Oh, this is quite the discovery.
Hang tight. Gotta be some help down there.
So I hope you enjoyed the walkthrough today. Thanks for tuning in and watching. I really appreciate it. If you want to find out more about the music for Arctic Awakening, you can check out joffwinks.com or arcticawakening.com.
Hi, I'm Austin Wintory, and thank you so much to Save and Sound for asking me to come and talk a little bit about my score for the upcoming game Eternal Strands from Yellow Brick Games. It has been an absolute joy collaborating with this incredible team on this really special game. Thanks so much for checking it out. All right, as you can imagine, given that we're still out ahead of the release of the game, I'm going to have to be a little bit sparing in what I share. So I thought, how about the least spoilery thing possible, the opening cinematic of the game, because it gives a little bit of a taste of some of the principles at work. All right, I'm going to hit play and unpack a little bit of what we hear at the beginning. First things first, that's hopefully, pretty obvious, is we have a big French horn solo, beautifully played by the principal French hornist there in Nashville, who she always does an absolutely phenomenal job. So it's a pretty standard and straightforward treatment. This score features quite a bit of brass in the big boss battles. This was recorded on its own in Nashville, as I mentioned. Now, in contrast, if I play that again, but I remove that French horn, you can kind of get a sense of what's left behind. So there is a style of Japanese pottery called kintsugi that's quite famous. You probably have heard of it. And the underlying principle of this is that a piece of pottery, after being destroyed and subsequently repaired, is hopefully more beautiful than it was prior to being broken. And so I wanted to kind of adopt this idea as an underlying principle of the score. There's supposed to be a kind of lightheartedness and an even joyous quality to Eternal Strands. So the music needed to come from a different sort of place than something dark and heavy like Lord of the Rings or sort of medieval like you hear from so much other kind of high fantasy. And on top of that, there's this narrative conceit of them being in the Enclave, which is a world that's been sort of sealed off by magic. And since this is something that's been sort of broken by way of its separation from the rest of the world, I found myself thinking about kintsugi and going, what if the whole score was built with that in mind as a kind of homage to the environment of the score? It's almost like an extension of environmental storytelling. So I am constantly breaking things apart and then forcibly putting them back together. Now, sometimes this is quite literal. So to give you an example, one of the very first sounds that you hear at the beginning of this is a kind of pulsing guitar. So if I play that on its own, you can hear it like this. So it's a very simple little guitar part played by my friend Tom Straley. We did a kind of custom build where he took one of his guitars and took out all the strings, and then we alternated every other string on it to be of a different material so that the thing kind of felt like it was almost put together in a junkyard, because that had a way of sort of approximating this kintsugi quality. On top of that, I then put plugins to do things like selectively take snippets of the audio and randomly play them backward in tandem with the forward signal flow, that sort of thing. If I jump to a slightly later part of the piece, you can actually hear this in a slightly more representative way. On top of that, we also have this beautiful traditional sort of string orchestra that is just sustaining chords underneath the French horn. Now, it's overall fairly naturalistic, but tucked in there, for example, if I isolate a stereo mixdown of our wides on either side of the string orchestra as recorded in Nashville, you can hear what that's doing is that's taking a small snippet of the audio and playing it backwards while the rest of it simultaneously plays forward. So you can hear how it's sort of jittering backwards as the form of reverb tail. I went to London to Air Studios about a year before going to Nashville and recorded a whole bunch of custom textures and things like that with a different group of strings. And so that I was able to end up with things that became our stand-in for traditional electronics, because I thought, well, I don't want to lean into a kind of deliberately anachronistic anti-fantasy by having a bunch of synths. But what could be interesting is if we found ourselves constantly sort of mangling the audio in the way that we're physically mangling the instrument. It's sort of natural, but not entirely. And then mix that with some of these other, where I had the strings constantly do things like reattacking notes out of sync with each other. So you get this kind of undulating, again, sort of Kintsugi-inspired brokenness. So it's like a synth pad, but it's obviously built entirely out of acoustic natural elements. And then here, I just shamelessly pitch bend it because it ends up functioning like a bass drop, but it's entirely the manipulated sound of the acoustic strings recorded in London. Now we mix that with another couple layers of that have been heavily processed, and you get a sound like this. So nothing in there is explicitly a synth or electronic. It's all just the manipulation of the sound. Here's another element I want to talk about. I had custom made this giant kalimba, which is an African instrument. Working with my fabulous assistant Shireen, I made a kind of giant library of strange sounds. So like here, for example, she was bending the little tines on the kalimba using a pair of scissors, and you get this kind of texture, which I have, you can hear that passing through this wonderful, weird plug-in called Backmask, which takes chunks of the audio and reverses it periodically. Here's one other little ingredient I want to tease out, which is I did quite a lot of recording with my regular trusted partner, Kristen Nagus, who is sort of my woodwind partner in crime. We work together all the time. She's phenomenal. And she had bought this absolute monstrous sub-bass recorder, which you can see here. I took a little snippet of and have that just pumping through as a nice kind of low, heavy gesture. It's like a foghorn. So that sort of thing is used all throughout as well. So when you combine all of that, you end up with the first 40 seconds or so that sound like this. All right, so there's literally less than 1 minute of this multi-hour score that I've spent years writing, but I hope it sounded interesting to you. Thanks again, Save and Sound, for inviting me, and to Yellow Brick Games for including me in this incredibly special project, Eternal Strands. Thanks so much.
Hello， 大家好，老朋友们好久不见了，新朋友们初次见面。我们是巴别号漫游指南的开发团队，我是制作人 Gardner， 我身旁的这位是我们的程序兼音乐 Rick。今天这期视频跟大家介绍的就是我们游戏里面的音乐接下来我们就请 Rick 来介绍几首他最喜欢的游戏音乐吧。
第一首是记忆工厂的背景音乐。
这首曲子是游戏当中玩家初次接触到的几首背景音乐之一。此刻布雷斯刚从记忆提取仪上醒过来，对周围的一切都一无所知。
第二首是中央车站的背景音乐。
相当舒适的一首曲子，配合中央车站明亮的画面，给大家一种很新鲜敞亮的感觉。那说起来，有没有稍微与众不同一点的曲子？
想到记忆工厂里面还有一个街机游戏机了吗？
哦，对对对，游戏中玩游戏，那我们听一听。是一首相当有复古感受的曲子，很难想象巴别号上居然有街机，不知道是被哪个人类带上船的。我来说一个吧，遗物鉴赏会上那一首曲子有印象吗？我们团队的小伙伴都非常喜欢。这个应该算是游戏的故事进入到高潮部分的一首背景音乐了。当时主角们都聚集在遗物鉴赏会上，然后争夺最后的一个神秘大奖。那既然你今天都扛着乐器了，要不我们就试着合成一下这首曲子吧，即兴发挥一下，怎么样？
好，
来吧。哇，瑞克，真不容易，真不容易，辛苦了，辛苦了！在瑞克的辛苦录制下，我们终于完成了我们改编的嘉年华主题曲。那接下来就请大家来欣赏我们这个新鲜出炉的 MV 吧。
Welcome everybody, I'm Benjamin Precy, the writer and designer for Nocturne, an upcoming rhythm RPG. Nocturne's story was written before development even started, which allowed us to compose the music in a way that's deeply integrated into the world and the game's mechanics. For example, when you enter combat, every enemy has a unique song, and we compose each song to fit the emotional arc of the story. In combat, we mix a traditional rhythm game with RPG elements. If you miss enough notes, then your enemy will charge up and attack. But hold a combo and you'll charge your own attack. You can even strike at the right moment to land a critical hit. Now in early playtesting, we recognized that fighting the same enemy multiple times could become repetitive, especially if the player feels like they've already mastered that song. So we developed a unique audio system to keep the combat and music fresh. We call this system melody switching. Now a song's composition is complex, but to simplify, we'll break it down to key elements. We have the main melody, typically the part of the song you would hum along to. Then we have the arrangement of the instruments in the song. We have the chord progression, what chords are played in which order. And finally the overall structure, such as where the high and low energy sections are. Now imagine we switch out the main melody for something different, but keep all the other elements the same. This results in a song that has the same energy and feel, but sounds unique. So we decided to compose 3 different melodies for every enemy, meaning if you battle the same enemy multiple times, you'll hear a different version of that song each time. But we can go further. What if we split the melody in half? If we think of each song as 2 halves, part A and part B, then we could transition between melodies halfway through. Melody 1A could flow seamlessly into melody 2B, creating another unique variation to the music. In fact, this would give us 9 total possible combinations of melodies. Well, this is exactly what we did, and to explain how, I'll hand it over to our composer.
Hello everyone, my name is Ron Luis and I'm the music composer for Nocturne. Today, we'll be looking at how to set up the melody switching in WWise. At a high level, it's about moving from one track to another with a system called a switch. Let's look at one example. Here's our list of enemies, and we'll focus on Mantis. This is the playlist for Mantis combat music, which contains different music segments, A and B. Each segment holds tracks, and I've connected each track to a switch. You can see here that I'm indicating to the software which segment plays first, and that it should play continuously to the next segment. We also need to tell WWise how to move smoothly between the tracks. This is a combination of setting up our pre-entry point and our post-exit point, as well as a transition rule. In this specific example, the transition needs to happen when segment A reaches its exit cue. At the same time, segment B should start from the very beginning. Then, our pre-entry mainly tells where beat 1 of the track is, and the post-exit shows where WWise should move to another track, as well as continue playing what's after the marker. You can see a bit of music there after the post-exit, and that's because we want WWise to play the tail of that last song performed. At the same time, it plays the start of the next track. This will help loop both segments seamlessly. And that's it, this is just one of the ways we're working to make the combat music feel more dynamic and less repetitive. Thanks for listening, back to you Ben.
And after all that, we can listen to our final result. I'm going to play you a section of our Mantis song. First, we'll listen to melody 1, so pay attention to the notes in this version of the melody. And now let's listen to how it sounds if we switch from melody 1 into melody 3. I hope you enjoyed this deep dive of how we're building a rhythm RPG where every enemy has a unique song with multiple melodies. Nocturne is due for release in 2025. You can wishlist it on Steam today, and even download our demo to try out the melody switching feature yourself. Thanks for watching.
And we're back! Arctic Awakening, A Guidebook of Babel, and Nocturne all have demos available. Eternal Strands is available for wishlisting, and The Death of the Reprobate has a demo now, but it's also planned to release on the 7th of November, so look out for that. So, what do we have next, Hans?
We actually have quite a bit more in store. I think we're not even halfway through the show. It's a good time to remind y'all that all the games you saw yesterday and that you will see tonight are all featured on the Steam sale. We are also live on YouTube and Twitch, hanging out with all you beautiful people at home. Up next, we have The Operator, an incredible spy thriller game with a powerful performance. Then we will have, I believe it's Inculinati, showcasing the behind the scenes of the game's wonderful soundtrack, kind of like a medieval vibe to it. And after that, we'll check out a piece from Post Trauma with a tantalizing piano performance. In the second half of this block, as we still have some pieces to go through, we'll have Solarpunk, the eagerly awaited cozy survival game with an audio deep dive. And then we'll watch Caravan Sandwich with a wonderfully tranquil performance. And we'll end this entire block with Thank Goodness You're Here, a beautifully animated indie gem bursting with British humor and gags. The great people over at A Shell in the Pit will be going over the game's audio and music design. Enjoy.
You will answer my questions as usual. 1 for yes, 2 for no. Do you understand? Do you believe in extraterrestrial life?
but fear to tread. Chaos has no echo but your own breath. You trace the signs hidden behind lines. Silence never lies. Don't you wanna see? Beacons on the black lake. Yet the sky's wide open. You're scared and weak. Close your eyes, shut your eyes and see what darkness really feels. Let's dive into this black oil. You're so close, close to the answers. The lake holds it all. It
Hi everybody, my name is Aleksander Zabłocki. I'm the composer of Inkuinati, and I was also responsible for the sound design and audio implementation for the game, as well as I composed the music for all the game trailers. And for those of you who don't know Inkuinati, it's a 2D strategy game straight from medieval manuscripts, where a rabbit's bum can be deadlier than a dog's sword. In our game, we have many hilarious medieval creatures. Each has its distinct voice and character. When designing the sounds for the Inkuinati beasts, I've considered a few ideas in my mind. Each of Inkuinati creatures has multiple actions and abilities, and they should be covered with sound effects. Each beast has unique style and look, and it should have its own distinct voice. All of the sound effects should be grotesque and playful onomatopoeias. So I've recorded the beast sounds in collaboration with several voice actors. All of them were humans pretending to be animals. And fun fact, some of the voice actors are Inkuinati devs themselves. Now let's move on to the music of Inkuinati. For every new project, before placing the first note in my DAW, I always think of a musical formula that would define the game's world and that would create a music signature for the game. Because Inkuinati is deeply rooted in European medieval history, I wanted to incorporate some of the traditional musical language into the game. I thought that some of the medieval instruments could serve as the beast's voice extension. Due to Inkuinati's humorous nature, I decided that the music could be pretending to be pompous and serious. That way, it would leave space for the directly funny sound effects. Finally, I wanted to achieve a musical narrative that would give the player a sense of a grand adventure filled with legends, tales, and humor. In the case of Inkuinati, I combined three elements. So the humor of Monty Python and the Holy Grail soundtrack, the traditional medieval music, and the contemporary symphony orchestra gives us the music signature of Inkuinati. Here is a snippet of Inkuinati's main theme called Draw Your Quills. I hope that the theme made you feel that a great adventure is ahead. And here is a fun little statistic for you. About 70% of the instruments that I used were traditional medieval instruments such as bagpipes, cram horns, and different reed instruments. And the other 30% was covered by the sound of the symphony orchestra. In Inkuinati, there are a couple of different game modes. Each game mode has its own music playlist. In our tutorial, or the Academy as we like to call it, the music is very aesthetic. It holds back as the real adventure hasn't started yet. This is just the beginning. Once the players grasps the basics of Inkuinati, they will embark on a new journey. This is the single-player campaign, the moment when the adventure begins. While in the journey mode, when the player visits the campaign map, the music conveys a sense of an adventure, but it's also a place of safety. This is the place where you prepare for the next encounter. Finally, we engage in battle. During battles we hear light background music, which gives players a lot of space for tactical reasoning. The music is there to support decision making and to help the brain think. It's calm and collected. Until the final stage of the battle, the apocalypse. That's when the energy and rhythm picks up. The music becomes more epic and dramatic. It gives you a feeling that each move could be your last one. I hope that you enjoyed my little deep dive into the sounds and music of Inkuinati. Thank you for watching, and please enjoy the rest of the Safe and Sound Festival. Take care and bye bye.
Hi, I'm Nicholas Gasparini, also better known as Mew. I'm the composer behind Post Trauma, a survival horror game inspired by horror games I grew up with. That's why I wanted to capture a very nostalgic feel for the music while still giving it its own character. And today I'm very happy to play for you a special solo piano version of the main theme. The original version of the theme features many additional elements such as drums and strings, so make sure to check out both versions. And now, please enjoy the piano version of Post Trauma.
Hey everyone, I'm Felix Bachlinger from Only Sound, and today I'm excited to take you behind the scenes of the 2024 Gamescom trailer of Solarpunk. We'll talk about how the music evolved, what tools we used, and the finished production. Before we get started, a quick shout out to my colleague Paul Ster, who worked alongside me on this project and who is the other half of Only Sound, a production company for music and sound design from Germany. Alright, so let's talk about how this whole thing came together. Usually when you work on the trailer, the visuals already exist, and as a composer your job is to write the music to fit to the image. But in this case it was the other way around. The music existed first and the trailer was cut on the existing music. So we asked ourselves, what emotions do we need to evoke musically? And we identified some key elements, for example, the feeling of freedom and adventure. There's also the technical aspect you have to watch out for, and of course the coziness and like a glimmer of hope for a better future. So from there we were sketching out musical ideas, and I'm going to show you the very first draft we did in FL Studio. It's a piano sketch I created, so let's jump right in. So yeah, that's the main idea. In the A section, it's basically just in one key, right? It's in minor, but we have this feeling of adventure in the B section because we do what we call a modal interchange. We switched to a major key for a short period of time here, and that gave it this like uplifting moment that we really loved. It was the main idea for the first sketch, and we really thought it fitted the game. Also, this idea that you can hear at the end is a very simple one that outlines the harmonic essence of this whole thing. Once we had the basic sketch down, I sent it over to Paul, and as we'll see in a moment, this is where the piece really starts to take shape. Let's take a look at the session in Dorico. So Paul took this sketch and added a lot more instruments to flesh out the arrangement. And one of the things I loved about Paul's work on this was how he took the piano chords and transcribed them to the Celesta and Glockenspiel, which really like brings out this adventure and floaty feel. I don't know how to describe it better. And remember, because we were composing first, we didn't have to worry about syncing it perfectly to picture. So we could let the music lead the narrative, and that allowed us to make bold choices in the orchestration and composition that might not have been possible otherwise. Let's have a listen to the Dorico playback of the orchestration. Once the orchestration was done, it was back in my hands for the final production phase. Let's jump into the session. Just like a real orchestra, the instruments in this template are grouped by families. So yellow is strings, blue is woodwinds, green is brass, and purple are other instruments like piano, harp, and choir, and red is percussion, and these additional gray ones are synth layers. One little thing I want to point out here is a special sound that we designed, like a signature sound for Solarpunk, and it sounds like this. That's really just a woman's choir with some grain delay and pitch modulation. And we thought this compromise of organic and technical sound fit the game very well to catch the interest of the listener right at the beginning. I'm gonna play through the whole thing now so you can hear how the final production sounded. And that's it. Thank you so much for joining me on this behind-the-scenes look at how we created the 2024 Gamescom trailer for Solarpunk. You can check it out on IGN Germany, YouTube, and I think Dailymotion also. I hope you enjoyed this peek in our creative process, and thanks again for watching. Enjoy the rest of the festival and see you around. Bye bye.
Bonjour à toutes et à tous, je suis heureuse de vous présenter un peu des coulisses de la musique de Caravan Sandwich. Je m'appelle Élodie Fourneau, je suis compositrice de musique et je travaille sous le pseudonyme Antinomie. J'ai choisi ce nom parce que l'antinomie, c'est une manière de questionner ce qui nous entoure, de questionner la vie. Parce que philosophiquement, cela veut dire qu'il peut y avoir deux vérités complètement opposées et tout autant valables. En gros, techniquement, je me sers de l'antinomie pour rester ouverte et avoir du plaisir à mélanger des éléments qui n'ont a priori rien à voir. C'est quelque chose d'intéressant artistiquement et intellectuellement. Dans cette idée, je vais vous présenter ce pourquoi nous sommes là, la bande originale de Caravan Sandwich, et qui inclut donc cette approche. Caravan Sandwich, c'est un univers post-apocalyptique, mais qui se veut optimiste. À partir de cette vision, nous avons, avec les créatrices, imaginé un genre musical, faire de la pop mélancolique. C'est toute l'idée sonore du jeu. Pour mieux en parler, décortiquons le morceau thème de Caravan Sandwich, Pensée dérobée. Ce qui était voulu pour ce morceau, c'est qu'il soit possiblement une chanson, avec des paroles, et donc en français pour assumer notre identité, que ce morceau aborde l'histoire du jeu d'une manière un peu détournée pour ne pas spoiler, qu'il y ait la présence d'une phrase musicale forte et que des sentiments contraires cohabitent à l'écoute du morceau. Alors, voyons un petit peu ce que Pensée dérobée a dans le ventre. Tout d'abord, ce morceau représente la voix des voix avec son hook. À l'intérieur, on retrouve différentes identités vocales. Une voix féminine, une voix bizarre, lointaine. J'ai travaillé toutes ces voix au pitch, avec des superpositions et avec de l'écho. Même dans le choix d'un effet comme l'écho, il peut y avoir une intention narrative. J'adore ce genre de petits détails. En effet, l'idée ici est de faire place à des identités multiples qui ont toutes des choses à nous dire et qui peuvent cohabiter en harmonie dans la différence. Ensuite, cette antinomie se retrouve dans les instruments sélectionnés. On entend un synthétiseur complètement artificiel, numérique, qui se mélange à des percussions naturelles, authentiques. Les deux ont leur place, se soutiennent, et je dirais même que la différence renforce de manière harmonieuse l'identité sonore de chaque instrument. On peut aussi parler du mood du morceau. Je suis sur une harmonie de genre tonal, mode majeur ou mineur, on dit aussi que ça sonne de manière joyeuse ou triste. Bon, en réalité, il y a plus de nuances, mais ici, on va garder ce raccourci pour ne pas se perdre. Donc, ce que ça veut dire, techniquement, c'est que plusieurs notes sont jouées en même temps. Et ce qu'il faut savoir aussi, c'est que l'on obtient cette identité par la combinaison minimum de 3 notes. Alors, je sais que ces infos sont très basiques ou peut-être trop techniques, mais je tiens à m'adresser à tous. Je reviens à cette identité de mood donc. Musique tonale, accord, 3 notes minimum, et on se sent triste ou on se sent bien, et donc ici, j'ai décidé de ne pas aller jusqu'à la formation d'un accord. Je n'ai joué que sur 2 notes simultanément. Pourquoi ? Parce que ne pas formuler l'accord complet donne un sentiment ambigu où on n'a pas vraiment le chemin d'un accord mineur ou majeur, ni joyeux, ni triste. C'est ce qui donne ce rendu pop mélancolique. La musique thème sert de guide à la BO globale du jeu, et comme toute musique thème, elle s'égrène dans le jeu de manière plus ou moins subtile à certains moments. Et pour le reste, hormis quelques expérimentations dans les radios, c'est une variation de passages musicaux où l'on va de zones sonores douces, calmes, légères, à des endroits plus sombres. Voilà, c'est un petit bout de l'histoire musicale de Caravan Sandwich. J'espère que cette immersion vous a plu. Maintenant, je vous propose d'aller chez nos amis les Renetos pour une interprétation du morceau dans les conditions du live. A tout de suite. Voilà.
Ok, top, ça dure...
J'ai des fourmis dans les jambes.
Pensée dérobée, les règles ont changé, changé. Je vais apprendre à reconsidérer, découvrir l'autre côté, monde de douceur, été éternel, savoir que c'est faux, mais y croire un peu quand même. Monde de douceur, été éternel, savoir que c'est faux, mais y croire quand même. Pensée dérobée, les règles ont changé. Je vais apprendre à reconsidérer, découvrir l'autre côté. Tu comptes mineur au mode majeur, petite innocence s'en est allée de l'autre côté. Je m'en vais te retrouver.
Nolan! What on earth are you doing with that mop, boy?
Oh, gosh.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Meg. My mum's got me back on the Mercury again.
Give me strength.
Hello and welcome to the audio deep dive of Thank Goodness You're Here. My name is Michelle Del Mundo, and I'm from Michelle in the Pit alongside audio directors Preston Wright and Millie Wisar. Together we make up the audio team for the game. In Thank Goodness You're Here, you play as this tiny yellow salesman navigating the quaint British town of Barnsworth.
It's right good.
With around 600 different interactable objects and characters, Preston, Millie, and I have definitely had our fair share of slapping random things in the real world just to capture the right sound. Every object has at least 3 and sometimes up to 10 variations of their bespoke impact sounds.
I said, in arrears? Well, I can try, but it's your wife.
We've had to get pretty creative when designing audio for things that are either super quiet, don't make a sound at all, or simply don't exist in real life. Like the sound of a really long sausage moving through the town, slapping a pie that's so big it exploded out of a pie shop, or a water fountain that suddenly starts spraying fryer oil. On the technical side of things, our audio programmer Nicholas Zhang was able to create a system that controlled character mouth movements with their corresponding audio files.
I feel I'm wasting away out here. My blood sugar's dropping, I can feel it.
This saved a lot of potential manual work syncing mouth movements to the VO. Transitioning between areas of the game involves a dynamic music system that changes specific stems depending on where you are and what's happening. At the game's climax, the characters burst into rhythmic song and you get to play along.
Look, it's really wrong. Bop the ball. He's in our hole. Rush his head, he's nearly dead. He's dead.
Musical sections were made to loop or sustain depending on the progression of the actions made by the player. To add to the intensity, we also had different layers of underlying risers. On the topic of cutscenes, the process felt very similar to editing for animation for movies or TV. Typically, the animation for a cutscene was locked by the time it got to me, and I had to sync up the VO and edit in a linear fashion. One of my favorite cutscenes has to be Raj's existential crisis because of the fast cuts between environments.
It's just too big! Too big!
That won't fit.
No!
Extra, extra large.
Too big. This is a family restaurant.
Too big! Too big!
Not
just
today.
too big.
Too big!
Tommy's got to be fair.
Too big! Just be fair.
Another favorite of mine is A Few Too Many because of the perspective changes, and it was always so fun just being able to listen to the different takes that the voice actors would provide.
No! Oh no. Uh-oh. No.
No! 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 No!
The game directors Will and James had a really detailed ear for what fit best for each cutscene, and what we ended up with really let their vision shine. Even moving from cutscenes back to gameplay is seamless, because we made sure that the clock bell persists through the ends of cutscenes into regular gameplay.
Oh, you blooming turnip. In for a penny!
So that required some new design iterations just for the clock. The mixing process was a balancing act, prioritizing key characters and objects over the detailed background emitters like insects or birds to make sure that the important moments stood out.
I simply do not like snails at all.
I'm gonna throw things over to Millie so she can talk about her design process.
Hi, I'm Millie. I was co-directing Thank Goodness You're Here with Preston, and I'm going to show you a session where I recorded some hungry rats eating cheese. For the rat bite, I used some library sounds of humans chewing cereal, and a little bit, the beginning is me chewing peanut butter and jelly sandwich. So it goes kind of crunchy at the beginning, and then my voice, it's pitched up. It originally sounds like this. So it's just me going, and this is me chewing peanut butter and jelly. So it's like softer. A lot of the sounds in the game are recordings of us performing the action and the combination of library sounds. Just making these sounds funny was actually having fun while making them, and kind of like imprinting that playful spirit to our sound design. When I saw this character right here, Jennifer Joggins, I asked the devs if we could add some music so that when we slapped her, you could hear the music that was playing inside her Walkman. So for that, we decided to make some sort of Euro dance music, kind of like from the 90s. And I made this loop. And to make it sound like it was coming from a Walkman, I used this plugin. So try slapping her and see what happens.
As we wrap up this audio deep dive, I just want to say how awesome it's been to share the behind-the-scenes magic of Thank Goodness You're Here. Every sound has been carefully crafted to make the town of Barnsworth feel alive. From the silly slaps of everyday objects to the over-the-top voice lines, our team had so much fun putting this all together, and we hope that you enjoyed this look under the hood and it gives you a new appreciation for the sounds that make this quirky adventure so special. Thanks for watching and thanks for listening.
Hello and welcome back to Save and Sound, everyone. The Operator, Post-Trauma, and Thank Goodness You're Here are all on sale. Solarpunk is available for wishlist, and Caravan Sandwich has a demo available. What are we watching next, Kate?
We'll start things off with Angerfoot, a lightning-fast FPS where, quote, "The only thing harder than your ass-kicking feet are your ass-kicking beats." Jay Booty will be diving into the game's audio. Following that is Castle of Alchemists, a tower defense game where we'll get to see an upbeat performance and learn more about the soundtrack. Next up is Rungor, a fast-paced deck builder where strategy meets chaos, and we'll explore its quirky, energetic soundtrack that keeps you on your toes. After that, we have Kill the Music, an intense rhythm-based action game where you fight to the beat with an electrifying performance. We'll wrap the block up with the cult classic Dwarf Fortress, a world simulation game where we'll dive into its music. Have a good time!
Hi, I'm Jason Sutherland. I do the music and the sound on Angerfoot. In this video, I'll talk about some of the techniques and design decisions I made in making the music. If you haven't played Angerfoot, I'll start off by explaining how the music functions in the game. Angerfoot is a first-person shooter. You kick through a door in order to progress through a level. You can use weapons that you pick up and also throw throughout the game, but essentially you can kick your way through the entire game. When we started the initial prototype in 2020 for the 7-day FPS jam, Luke introduced me to Gabba and Dutch Hardcore. We watched a bunch of Dominator videos, which is a festival that's popular in the Netherlands, which have huge, insane sets and like facades and stages. It's crazy. In experimenting with the sounds and making the first yet-to-be Angerfoot song, I made a lot of short loops that had a rise in energy in each one of them. They were short melodies, quite simple, but had a sense of urgency, kind of like the drop in the Dominator concert. So I stitched all of these short loops together, and in testing the early prototype gameplay, realized that the kicks were landing on the music loop changes, and from there I felt like this may be a fun way to make the music dynamic by changing the music clip each time you kick through a door into a new room. Each song in Angerfoot is made up of one idle loop and 4 to 5 action loops. All of these elements are playing at the same time, but only one of them will have their volume turned up. The rest volumes will all be turned down, but playing in the same timeline, as if to keep things in time, musically. Action loops are the meat of the song. They're like the song verses. They play when you've just kicked through a door into a room full of enemies. Each time you kick through a subsequent door or go through the next room, the music loop will change between one of those 4 or 5 action loops, and it will keep cycling through, creating like a dynamic playlist essentially of that song. When you've cleared the room of the enemies and you're walking around the room, get into the next door to kick, the action music will fade out into what it was called in idle loops. The idle loop is essentially always playing underneath everything. It's a subdued loop with a lower energy. It can be a variation of the action loops, or just a simple kick drum or bass line. Most of the time I made it sound as if the idle loop was coming from another room. It's almost as weird, it doesn't make sense, but this is weird diegetic separation of the music's in world, but then it's kind of in your ears, and then it's like in the room again. It doesn't need to make sense, it's Angerfoot. It just feels cool. From a game design perspective, it helps players know when they've cleared a room and there's no more enemies left, but musically it helps create the impact when you move from room to room. If the frantic action music was playing all the time, there was no threat around you, it wouldn't give you the sense of a threat when there was one. There's nothing trying to kill you, so it was best to just clear the room, fade out into the sort of more subdued, something that's not moving you forward much. So as long as you're kicking enemies and progressing through the level at a relatively fast pace, the music will accommodate that action. The idle loops are intentionally monotone or lacking melody. It's so that when you switch to an action track, the melody within that track might start halfway through because all of the loops are playing at the same time. The volume is only changing at that moment when you kick through the door, so it could be at any moment in the song. It won't necessarily be on time with the beat of the song. So the idle track kind of hides how many bars have been played or how many kick drums have played, so your brain thinks, oh, that was the right time for the music to drop. It also means it can start halfway through a melody in an action loop and not sound so jarring because it didn't go from one melody to another one halfway through. There are some exceptions, but for the most part that system works quite well. Because the loops are triggered at any time, I couldn't have any dips in energy or any build-ups within those music loops. They had to sustain their energy at any moment so that when the player kicks through the door, it's halfway through the loop. There's no like drop in energy, it's full pace energy until you've killed everyone in the room. There's a term in music called the shepherd's tone, which is it's like a scale ascending and descending at the same time, and when they're combined it gives the illusion that it's infinitely rising. As you can hear in this example, the note will rise forever. It feels like it. So you can sit here and kick the door whenever you feel like, and it'll feel like it's on the drop. This was the first song made for Angerfoot. Right, so something that's a common theme in the Angerfoot music is rising notes. So an example would be these 3 sections here. I guess you could call them parts. These would be exported as loops. get the picture. So I got this little rising note here. I mean, it sounds terrible on its own, but without it, doesn't feel like you're moving forward, or like it feels like it wants to pull you forward. It feels like you're kind of just stationary. But you add this in, gives you an anticipation, like something's gonna happen. Same example here. Kind of like there's nothing going on. You can like wait. Bring that in. This is an exception. There's no rising note here, but it's a bit of like a break moment. There's still rises at the end. Just a little bit. But those quick rises also add a lot of energy and movement, so take those out. Yeah, get the picture. The action gameplay can be incredibly fatiguing to listen to for a long period of time. I think people's stress levels rise when playing this game as well, so I believe it's the result of the frantic music. There needed to be some moments of rest for the players' ears and their nerves. Thinking about Shit City, sort of lo-fi beats with a sinister feel felt right, and it's also kind of the music I enjoy most making on a personal level. That section of the game, although it's not the part that people are most hyped about, I was pretty hyped to be working on that stuff. There were obviously certain elements I tried to include in different gangs in the different regions so that they felt fitting in terms of a sound palette. And although using this approach of making music per gang, per region, even in the gameplay action loops, we ended up just keeping the music quite random. There's obviously certain moments where it's locked in and curated, but for the most part, the music will play any song at any given time, and it could have been intentionally for the debauchery region, but it was like played in the trash region, so everything shared a similar vibe, but you can tell there's elements of specific gangs in some of the songs. That's it. I hope this was insightful and helpful to anyone, and if you played Angerfoot, thank you, and I hope you had fun. Thank you for watching.
Hi everyone, I'm Mehmet. We are super excited to be part of Save and Sound 2024 with Cast of Icons. To give you a bit of background, Cast of Icons is a game that I developed entirely with my friend Halil, and it's our very first project. When we started, I was mainly focused on coding and game design, but one day Halil asked, "You used to play guitar, right? Could you also handle the music?" I paused for a second and said, "Absolutely, I can do that." As it turns out, our path to version 1.0 now includes composing 17 tracks and creating a bunch of sound effects. It's been an exciting journey, and getting accepted into Save and Sound with this work means the world to us. So, here is our game Cast of Icons along with its music.
Anzaco, music composer and sound designer. Welcome to the world of Wrangler, where you play cards at a frenetic pace to survive in a dire world full of weird monsters, heroes, and deck-building stuff. As you can see with the gameplay, the game is heavy, dark, and full of amazing pixel art. We will dive in how did we make the soundtrack for a game, going from dynamic music concepts to hands-on how to do electronic bangers for game soundtrack. Let's go! When the devs came to me for the music, they had a really strong idea of what the music would be. You could say I was instantly hyped for it. The game being a game that needs a bit of thinking, tiny bit, we needed the soundtrack to dynamically change so the player did not have to think while hearing super heavy stuff non-stop. We will go through some of the way we created the dynamic music for the game with an example track. In the game, you alternate between two modes of gameplay. There is the fight mode, where our player needs to play their cards, and there is the thinking mode, where they need to organize their cards and think about what they will do in the next fight section. We wanted the soundtrack to have different vibes depending on what type of gameplay the player was confronted to, so the soundtrack wasn't too loopy. Here is the fight mode, a classical version of the track, basically. And here is the thinking mode, calmer but dark nonetheless. Something to take in mind is that each level had different floors and boss fights. So on top of this layering, we wanted to make the soundtrack more and more intense as the levels went on and each boss fights became more and more difficult. So we added some layers and layers of tiny details. Here is the difference between the first floor and the last floor boss fight. Last but not least, before the fight happens in the game, there is a little transition where the player can think about what they are going to do before the fight starts. A fade in and out would not have been enough for this, since the timing is a bit longer, so we chose to add a transition layer that sounds like this. Now that you know about what were the limitations we had and the ideas that we found, let's talk about the real stuff. Usually, when I was starting to work on a song for a level while the level itself was being worked on, I could not play the level. The devs, in their kindness and love, were super helpful and always answered my weird questions about the game, gave me keywords, gave me artwork, gave me anything I asked for. So I always had the best feel on what the levels would become. This was super helpful to make the best soundtrack for the game. Okay, so let's dive in. How to start a song for Rango. Since we are making heavy electronic music, the name of the game will be Drum Bass. I find myself using this preset for this track. Doesn't sound heavy enough, doesn't it? Let's make it. All the details like this little delay in this massive preset will now be crushed and make it so it is heavy to a crisp like I like it. I can then find some groove that I like. For me, groove is super important for electronic music. I don't know, something like this? Then I found some drums in my drum bag. And make them saturated enough and snap them to the bass with the sidechain. And last touch, me. I recorded myself doing some chattering, some voices, and added some effects that made it fit more to this scene that is this town with weird people and weird stuff happening. And here you have it, the first floor of the fighting song for this level. But how about the next floors? And the boss fights? Let's add some layers to this. Melody. Fast keys. And here you go. After making this simple loop, I usually try to work on the thinking part of the song, calmer. I will add my chattering again, keep the bass line but less processed, cleaner, smoother, and add some less heavy drums and maybe even EQ them so that they feel laid back. I then add some newer details that you could not find in the other levels, like those weird choirs. Then try to find a second wind to the loop by adding the melody that we can hear in the later levels and the boss fight song. And voila, here you have a heavy track for the Rangor soundtrack. I hope you enjoyed this little breakdown of how I made the music for this amazing game that is Rangor. Now, go play the game.
Hello, everyone. My name is Alexandra Orlando, and I'm the community manager at Kitfox Games, the publisher of Dwarf Fortress. And I'm here with Dabu, the composer of the Dwarf Fortress soundtrack, to go over some cool facts and some interesting in-depth stuff about the soundtrack. For those of you who don't know, Dwarf Fortress is a simulation game where you manage your group of dwarves to survive in a hostile wilderness. There are two different modes of Dwarf Fortress. Fortress mode, where it's more of a base builder, simulation management type game, and adventure mode, which is more of the roguelike RPG. And both those modes have their own soundtrack. So Dabu, let's just get right into it. What is the difference between the Fortress mode soundtrack and the adventure mode soundtrack?
Yeah, I think it was important to make them distinct from each other, especially because of how different the gameplay is. And so we went with the newer soundtrack. The adventure mode soundtrack has a lot more low end. It had a lot more movement, energy, clapping. It's just fun, a lot more fun overall. Whereas the first soundtrack was a little bit thinner, more background, a little bit more depressing.
More depressing to go along with the depressing things that inevitably happen to your dwarves. It's very fitting.
Pretty much. And one of those examples to make it sound more rowdy, more movement, was adding a lot of clapping. People think that they're like castanettas or flamenco stuff, but it's mostly just me in my bedroom clapping over and over again, trying to make it sound like it's a big group of people. And I can kind of show you what that sounds like. So this song is called Beyond the Gates. Let's just hear that little part without us soloing anything for now. So yeah, those are the claps. And if we just solo these claps, they're just individual. It's very simple. Which don't sound very good. And if you remove the effects from that, it sounds even more like me sitting.
Yeah, that is literally, just you clapping. Yeah.
And then as we layer them. So yeah, by adding more variation, more volume to some, clapping a little harder, a little softer, and then adding a bunch of effects and reverb, it gives this impression that there's a big group of people clapping. And I had the privilege of being able to clap a group of people in the Middle East that did these singular claps, and it really sold the idea of a larger group of people. And so that, coupled with the first soundtrack, or the first recordings of clapping, kind of fake it into being a bigger group. That was one thing we wanted to consider, and to add a lot of movement. But another thing that we added into the game was called the stem jukebox, and it allows the game to kind of pick and choose what stems it wants to play, and that way players don't hear the song the same way twice, and different players have different experiences. So the song jukebox system could choose to, for example, play the claps and the drums on their own for a bit. I can choose to do the main guitar. Alternatively, it could have chosen something different, so some other player might get the drums and the claps with the accent guitar. And there's a lot of combinations there, right? Like, it could have just chosen to do pads and guitar rather than having the drums kick in.
Yeah, totally. Without the clapping at all, yeah.
And that's another difference with like why the structure is different in adventure mode, was to allow for this system to work. If we had taken the old system or the old songs, it wouldn't have worked as well. So yeah, that's a little bit of the differences there. There's also a new kind of tavern song, which was a fan favorite on the first soundtrack. So we wanted to keep a second tavern song, but have it be a lot more rowdy to fit adventure mode. And I can show you a little bit about that. So this is Sisters of War, and the idea was we have basically the fictional band in the game, which is myself and Simone. We are the Crow Skulls, and we perform around the Dwarf Fortress world, right? Our first performance was in the tavern in Fortress mode, and that was Drink and Industry. And our second performance, we were invited to a castle of mostly female soldiers, a very intimidating place to perform, but we did our best. And we really had to sell that vibe that, you know, we're in a intimidating castle and there's a lot of people in here. And I would have loved to record a real choir or record, you know, a group of people and give them like directions. But unfortunately, timing wise, it didn't work out. Budget wise, didn't work out. And so we had to fake almost all of it. You'll notice that a lot of these tracks say replace, but we did not. And I am partly the female sergeant that yells out these things, so you can hear that this is like pitched up and me trying to make my best impression. And then I stacked another one just to make it sound a little bit better, and we weren't satisfied with that, so we asked Simone's partner to do a third take, which is the loudest take and is stacked on top. So originally this was just supposed to be replaced with something because we had this sample playing. And since we never replaced it, I found that the E of the end of this matched with the E of Shasat Fazis. If you're wondering, it means hail the melody. Yeah. And the idea there is that it's a call of approval from the sergeant. And I think about it a little bit like a mob boss laughing at a joke, and it allows everyone else to kind of like be like, oh, okay, it's cool to laugh. And they all join in after that sergeant's.
Yeah, then the song begins proper, yeah.
Exactly. Like in the beginning, it's just vocals of silence. Vocals followed by silence. And no one says anything, but once you get the hail the beauty or hail the melody, everyone else, okay, it's all good. You can kind of join in here. So that coupled with all the stomps and stuff were all samples that we had to either record or find, and you can kind of hear some of these.
So you're clapping in your room by yourself, you're stomping in your room by yourself. It's just a whole lot of rowdiness.
That's my life. So yeah, just adding more and more layers. And then I found this cool like Japanese sample of schoolgirls in an all-girls school. And they were doing this kind of, I don't know, some sort of game. And I cut and stretched and pitched so that it would work and sound like the soldiers chanting something.
Oh, okay. Yeah, yeah.
And so there's like a call and response section, which allows them to kind of join in, and you get this whole. But yeah, that's kind of a little sneak peek into how these things work, and just how we try to make the soundtracks quite different. There's a lot more involvement in this second soundtrack so that it really sells that adventure mode vibe, which is a lot more fast paced and fun rather than that kind of slower paced fortress mode. The music took a little bit of a backseat. Here it's a kind of in your face. So yeah, those are some of the differences between the fortress mode soundtrack and the adventure mode soundtrack.
Amazing. And you guys can pick up both soundtracks. They're on sale right now on Steam as part of the festival. Where can people find out more about your music, Dabu?
Anywhere you can think of. So YouTube, Spotify, Apple Music, Bandcamp. We also have the first vinyl for the first Fortress Mode soundtrack on sale through Fangamer. Yeah, I'm also on Instagram, on Twitter. Chef Dabu is usually my handle everywhere, but you can just search Dabu on YouTube. That's probably our most active community.
And we're back! Angerfoot, Castle of Alchemists, and Runcore have a sale going on, and Kill the Music has a demo, and Dwarf Fortress is available for purchase. What can we look forward to next, Hans?
Well, next up, we have American Arcadia, a wonderful 70s story of reality turned reality TV. Absolute horror. The game's composer will go into the process of creating the OST and orchestral performances. Afterwards, we'll check out Jusant, the indie climbing hit game with a beautiful piano performance. Then, Symphonia will be sharing an orchestral deep dive with us, and after that we'll have Bits and Bops, who will be showcasing a sick performance of some of the game's OST. And we'll finish this block with Tavern Keeper, a fantasy tavern building sim with a lovely little deep dive into the game's audio. See you later.
Hello, my name is Eduardo de la Iglesia, musical composer and audio designer for the game American Arcadia. This game takes place in a fictitious 70s setting, and it's about Trevor Hills, an uninteresting citizen who leads a boring existence. Trevor has no idea, however, that every aspect of his life is being broadcast 24/7. One day, he finds out that his friend Gus has apparently won an Edge Travel grant, which Trevor finds unusual since he believes his friend would never been interested in that. In the days that follow, he begins to see images on a TV screen at work that warn him he has to get out of there. He also hears a chorus from a song telling him, "They're lying to you," or "Don't be a fool."
Hey, I'm still working here!
The person responsible for this is Angela Solano, a stagehand on the American Arcadia show, who, knowing that the next person to win a trip will be Trevor, has decided to do whatever it takes to help him escape. All the music in American Arcadia revolves around 4-note jingle, which is present in almost all the songs of the game's score. This is the jingle. We can hear it in stealth themes.
What do you mean?
Their logos are everywhere. Car brands, computer manufacturers.
Action music, in the American Arcadia context song, even when the ads are played in the office where Trevor works.
My fellow citizens.
There are many different musical themes in the soundtrack, so I will summarize them in blocks. First, we have the musical themes like those vintage ads Walt Disney created, where Elijah Walton tries to sell us the benefits of Arcadia. One example is the first ad that appears in the game, with Elijah telling us his dream. The 4 notes are already there, hidden somewhere.
Looks like a city from outer space.
Not quite. Arcadia is indeed a city, but it would be built right here in America.
Golly.
Picture a city of dreams and hopes for the young and old alike, where technology and science go hand in hand.
Then there's the theme of American Arcadia itself, which includes at the end the 4 notes of the jingle. Then there's the incidental music heard within the game, like for example when a band plays the popular song "Don't Be a Fool," the music of the shopping center, at the hotel, even inside the elevator. Another block includes the musical themes of the characters. Angela has her own theme. Marcus Javert is another character whose theme is related to the jingle, 4 notes too. It's a variation because it belongs to the same universe as himself. You can hear it wherever he chases you or when he's carrying out a loyalty test on you.
If you'll excuse me, I have a few questions to ask.
Of course, yeah, no problem.
Who are you talking to?
Miss Solano.
10392.
We then have Trevor's own theme, which he plays on the piano in a very emotional scene. This is a jazz-inspired piece that reflects the sorrow he feels at the moment. We also have intense orchestral action themes, clearly inspired by John Williams and Jerry Goldsmith, where you have to run for your life.
Get over that crane, Trevor, quick!
The crane!
Yes, trust me!
One of the blocks has themes played when Trevor enters a virtual world. The melodies are inspired by the extraordinary place he visits, like a video game, where we can hear the theme of Trevor's initial feeling but in 8 beats. We can listen an indie song version of Don't Be a Fool.
Woohoo! I'm on a rainbow road! Where are you guiding me, Angela Guardiana?
Or a dark and oppressive scene where the laws of physics go crazy. Finally, we have the song Don't Be a Fool. The casting for this voice was done with a particular song by Diana Ross, I Ain't Been Licked. We actually wanted to use this song at first, but couldn't because of budget constraints. I therefore had to compose something similar and had Kira Da Costa, a Broadway singer with a beautiful voice, perform it. Because the theme is ambitious, we hired the strings and metal sections of the Bratislava Orchestra, which were conducted by John Martorell. On bass, Charlie Moreno. On drums, Tommy Mateos. I play guitar and keyboards. Veronica Rodriguez sings backing vocals. And the lyrics are very important, because this is the way Angela communicates with Trevor initially, via fragments of the song. Alfredo González Barros Gamba, writer and designer of the game, created lyrics according to the needs of the gameplay. And this is how it sounds.
Bonjour, je m'appelle Olivier Esman et j'ai travaillé comme compositeur et sound designer sur Symphonia. Symphonia, c'est un jeu de plateforme en 2D dans lequel on incarne un violoniste qui a pour objectif de reconstruire un orchestre dans un monde fantastique où la musique est la source de vie. Il va voyager dans différents quartiers, les différents quartiers du monde de Symphonia, qui sont chacun inspirés d'une famille d'instruments de l'orchestre symphonique. On a été 2 compositeurs principaux sur ce projet, l'autre étant Alexandre Bucca-Français, et ensemble on a façonné la direction artistique du projet. On a notamment passé pas mal de temps à discuter de la personnalité qu'on voulait donner à chaque niveau, et la manière dont on allait la transmettre aux joueurs. L'idée c'était de créer quelque chose d'unique, avec des références très différentes entre chaque niveau, et parfois même entre les biomes qui composent les niveaux. Une fois qu'on s'est fixé des références, on s'est réparti les compositions et on a fait beaucoup d'allers-retours jusqu'à ce qu'on trouve l'équilibre qu'on recherchait. En fin de compte, on se complétait bien. Lui était plus sensible aux éléments mélodiques et harmoniques, là où moi j'aimais plus créer des textures avec l'orchestre. On a donc beaucoup discuté sur la symbolique des différentes familles d'instruments orchestraux, ce qui nous évoquait, ce qui représentait pour chacun d'entre nous. Et pour chaque niveau, on a déduit une ambiance, une personnalité de personnage, des références musicales à utiliser, des différents éléments de décor, différentes briques de gameplay, etc. Le Monde des Bois, par exemple, nous inspirait un univers plein d'émotions, assez drôles, déjanté, un peu moqueur, imprévisible, léger, délicat. Et à partir de ce ressenti, nous avons pensé qu'un environnement de forêt correspondait bien à ce niveau, avec des fleurs pour la légèreté, beaucoup de vent pour rappeler la famille d'instruments, un personnage taquin, spontané, et une partie du niveau beaucoup plus fanée qui symbolise aussi la tourmente de ce personnage. On a donc essayé de mettre toute la symbolique qu'on en avait dégagée dans nos décisions. D'ailleurs, nos références musicales en découlent directement. L'idée, c'était de mettre à l'honneur la famille d'instruments en question en l'utilisant beaucoup et de plein de manières différentes dans les compositions du niveau. Un point important qui a beaucoup influencé la manière dont nous avons travaillé, ça a été l'enregistrement. Et le problème, c'est qu'on n'avait jamais fait ça et que ça posait plein de questions. Ça remettait en question notre méthode de travail, ça imposait de nouvelles contraintes, ça représentait un coût évidemment et un gros risque parce qu'on n'allait pas maîtriser le rendu final de la même manière et de manière aussi précise qu'on l'avait fait jusque-là. Et d'un autre côté, ça allait donner une vie et une personnalité unique à notre niveau. Heureusement, nous sommes tombés sur Scoring Productions qui nous a justement permis de faire le lien entre les compositeurs et la version finale de la musique en s'occupant de toute la partie organisationnelle de l'enregistrement. Et ça comprend de la mise en partition, des modifications d'instrumentation, booker les musiciens en accord avec notre projet, être leur interlocuteur principal lors de l'enregistrement, réaliser le mixage, le mastering. C'est vraiment nous accompagner au maximum pour éviter toutes les erreurs du débutant et faire en sorte que l'enregistrement se passe bien. En gros, ça nous permettait de nous concentrer sur la composition et de garantir un bon résultat à la fin. Et franchement, nous sommes très contents d'avoir pu travailler avec eux. C'était vraiment une chance. Dès que nous avons su que les musiques allaient être enregistrées, on a dû anticiper un maximum la jouabilité des parties, l'équilibre des voix, de l'instrumentation. On s'est aussi demandé quelles parties allaient être enregistrées et lesquelles allaient devoir être faites à partir de samples. On a choisi de composer des musiques linéaires, c'est-à-dire qu'elles n'évoluent pas en fonction du joueur, mais ça c'était au profit d'une composition tout le temps équilibrée, plus proche de l'univers finalement classique et des musiques de film que des musiques de jeux vidéo. En fin de compte, on a presque tout enregistré en tutti, sauf les solistes, et on n'a pas enregistré les percussions, on a utilisé les samples à la place. Pour la capacité d'improvisation du joueur, on a travaillé avec une violoniste d'improvisation de manière à donner de la vie et du naturel à ces passages. On voulait vraiment que ce soit une improvisation et que ce soit pas un passage qui soit écrit de base. Et donc on a fait le tri sur plus d'une centaine de prises pour avoir une certaine diversité et que le joueur ait vraiment l'impression qu'il puisse improviser à tout moment. On a essayé de penser l'instrumentation au sein des niveaux comme quelque chose parfois qui s'agrandit de manière progressive. Comme dans le niveau des cordes par exemple, on commence avec juste un piano, puis plus on avance, plus l'effectif va grandir avec ensuite un quatuor à cordes pour enfin finir avec toute la section cordes de l'orchestre qui représente 24 musiciens différents. Cette évolution, elle symbolise, elle accompagne l'éveil progressif de l'environnement au fur et à mesure que le joueur y progresse, et ça symbolise la remise en marche de la cité de Symphonia. Beaucoup de petites touches de symbolique sont présentes dans le jeu comme ça pour apporter de la profondeur dans notre monde et un petit peu de sous-texte musical qui remplacerait les dialogues du jeu. Pour les concerti, qui sont les concerts de fin de niveau, on a voulu reprendre à l'origine le concept de dialogues musicaux, qui est vraiment la définition même d'un concerto classique, et en lui donnant une dimension narrative dans le jeu, comme si les personnages parlaient entre eux, mais en musique, et avec leur instrument, plutôt qu'en paroles. Et les lignes de dialogue seraient alors remplacées vraiment par des phrases musicales, et on avait l'idée de pictogrammes au-dessus des personnages qui auraient permis de comprendre le message et la relation entre les différents personnages. Le joueur aurait eu une forme de personnalisation du concert. L'idée c'était de pouvoir donner au joueur le choix de ces phrases musicales, comme s'il contrôlait le dialogue, comme si c'était vraiment quelque chose de verbal. Cette idée, elle était trop compliquée finalement à pousser jusqu'au bout. Elle aurait demandé trop de moyens techniques pour qu'elle soit comprise. Elle aurait dû demander aussi de travailler la musique de manière très modulaire, très flexible, et ça aurait eu un impact significatif sur la liberté de composition et aussi évidemment sur la manière dont on allait devoir enregistrer ces différents passages. Et donc on a abandonné l'idée en cours de route au profit d'une histoire plus générale racontée par la musique et par aussi l'environnement graphique, bien sûr. Les concertis, ça a été aussi un vrai lieu d'échange au sein de l'équipe, notamment entre les compositeurs d'un côté et les game artistes de l'autre. Parce qu'il a fallu vraiment s'accorder sur le message que l'on voulait faire passer, que l'on raconte à travers à la fois la musique et l'évolution de l'environnement. Parce que comme il n'y a ni dialogue ni texte dans notre jeu quasiment, c'était important pour nous que la musique et les décors soient raccords et une signification particulière, une certaine symbolique. Comme si on devinait à travers ces deux éléments le rapport entre les personnages et l'impact que cette relation a sur le monde de Symphonia.
Hey everyone, my name is Julian, aka Zorsi, and I'm the lead composer of Bits and Bobs the game, as well as the band leader of The Consoles. Working on a rhythm game has been extremely rewarding and satisfying, and I think that's a lot to do with the genre itself. It's a rhythm game. So what that kind of means outside of music playing an important role to the gameplay tracks is, as a composer, when you're creating the soundtrack, a lot of your musical decisions and the concepts of music, such as pitch, duration, tone color, all of that contribute to express certain game mechanics for the player. So sometimes I might use a string, a padded instrument that could accentuate a freeze frame or allow the player to hit certain strikes if I used more percussive tones. But also in the mood, certain melodies can accentuate the backdrop of the art, as well as be cues to let the player know, oh, we're going to introduce a new section, or we're going to move to a new mechanic here and there. However, one of the difficulties of working on the soundtrack early on, we realized as that when you're trying to get a player to respond to particular prompts or cues, they need to be very precise. They need to be quantized. They need to be snapped to the grid. And for that reason, a lot of the gameplay tracks don't have that much room to allow for live instrumentation. However, that's where the consoles come in. I'm part of a band called The Consoles, and we've been creating video game jazz renditions of music for the past 10 years or so over on YouTube. We've done it for some of our favorite games, and it's been really cool to experiment and try quote-unquote original music by covering music from Bits and Bops. So this track you're about to hear is the main theme of Bits and Bops, and it is covered by our biggest version of the band yet. It's a 9-piece band, and in it, it's gonna sound quite similar to the main theme, but of course there's a bit more room for instrumental solos and parts that you don't get to hear in the actual soundtrack version. So I hope you guys enjoy the rest of Save and Sound 2024, and here's the console's performance of the Bits and Bops main theme.
Hi there, I'm Tom from Cedar Studios. We're the audio team that worked with Greenheart Games on their latest project, Tavern Keeper. Tavern Keeper is a fantasy sim management game where you start off with the enticing premise of running and managing your own tavern, alongside all of the wacky characters and different locations in the world. The game's full of different gameplay systems, all the way from the usual business decisions you'd expect to cooking your own food and designing your own props. We wanted to give you a bit of a look behind the scenes of how we went about creating and implementing some of Tavern Keeper's audio systems. First, we'll focus on the dynamic world map music, how we transition between each location's instrumental style, all within the same track. Then we'll go into more detail on how we created the in-game voices, how the characters converse, and how all those systems work together to create the background ambience as well.
Hey guys, Phil here. I'm going to give you a deep dive into the dynamic map music in Tavern Keeper. So the map music has 7 variations of tracks that could be played depending on which area you're in the map. So we started off by writing an upbeat track with all the melody parts being played on piano before we moved on to other layers, as you can hear here. The track also needed to loop perfectly as well. When we were happy with the initial melody and structure, we moved on to adding different instruments for each variation. Now, in-game, we gave these races specific instruments that we thought suited the race. For example, we wanted the humans to be quite organic sounding, so we used acoustic guitars, real whistling, and some wind instruments. For the Halfling variation, the Halflington level is a beautiful setting, so we tried to use some quite pretty sounding instruments, so we ended up using a lot of violin, but it also felt quite folky to us, so we used some mandolins and accordions as well. And the Elven level is another pretty looking level, so for this we used a lot of bansuri, which is a bit like a flute. This along with some harps and pizzicato violin as well. Now, the Dwarfs is set in the mines, so we wanted to use a lot of like hard-hitting drums, this along with some trumpets and other horns. Now, for the Orcs, we also wanted to use a lot of drums, but also with some slightly softer sounding instruments as well. So for the melody, we used a kora, which is a bit like a lute and a harp combined basically, and you can hear it in the main melody here. Now, the city level is a mixture of all the instruments that we've used previously. The idea was that all the races have come together and are playing their own instruments in harmony with each other. We've also added some big bells to give that city feel, basically.
Hi, I'm Gabe. Let's go back to the map and we can see how it all works in context. You can see that we've highlighted the regional borders on the map, and that's where the music really changes. When you cross one of these borders, that's when that area music kicks in. And then in the background, we've got a clip of the Wwise game object profiler to show the audio listener moving around alongside the camera. And we've set up a few ambience nodes to blend between each of the region's instrumentation.
Now let's dive into some of the specific instruments for some of the different layers. Within the percussion, we have a few things in play here, with the shakers, the bongos, and the cajon making a real solid rhythm track. This, along with the bass, gives a real solid foundation and allows for enough space for the other instruments to play in over the top. Now I'm just going to zone into some of the guitar tracks which we played in for the human race. We've got a few guitars here. One of them is just a chug that's going all the way through. We've got some left-right guitar parts, which is basically just the same guitar recorded, but one is panned to the left and one's panned to the right. And then you can hear this chug going all the way through. And then there's a little solo part going over the top. Here's another example of some real instruments that we've played in. We've got a mandolin here, which was used for the halfling race. There's another left-right rhythm panning, and then a little lead line here as well. Now here's what it sounds like when the rest of the halfling instruments are added.
So with the emotes and the voices in game, we wanted to get across the idea that everyone's talking and having normal conversations, but obviously we couldn't use an actual language. So we went with phonetics to try and keep it as abstract as possible. So we had 6 different emotional states, 5 different races in game, the different genders, and we made sure that each phonetic and emotional state had at least 3 variants as well, so you wouldn't hear repeats when they're talking. Overall, we've probably had just under 5,000 separate audio files, so there's a lot of talking, a lot of me going wah, and other such silly sounds. And Gabe's going to talk you through how we went about implementing those.
We've set up the Wise project so that each and every emote can be played from just the one single Wise event. And it's the values in-game that drive and affect which sound is actually played. So the gender, race, and the emotional state of that specific patron. Another challenge we faced that coincided with the emotes was how to create a walla, a background murmur sound that would fill out the tavern, make it sound busier, make it sound more vibrant. The problem was, how do we get these emotes to trigger in a way that accurately represents the actual population that's in the tavern at that moment? For example, it would be really silly to hear orcs if there were no orcs in your tavern. So we have these 3 different blend tracks for a positive, a negative, and a neutral emotional state of the tavern. If you're not doing very well, you probably hear the angry state, but if you're running a lovely tavern and everyone's happy, then you hear the happy blend. And each of these blend tracks consist of 3 different random containers for every gender of every race. And in each of those random containers, there's a varied example of some of the emotes that we made. The blend tracks trigger, so a random piece of audio within the container is fired off at a rate that we control. It's randomized as well, but we've set up a real-time parameter control, or RTPC graph, that affects the trigger rate relative to the number of each race in the tavern. So it looks like a straight line at first, but if we zoom in a little, we can see that it starts curving up near a 0 on the x-axis, which is where we've got the number of the specific race and the gender, and then on the y-axis, we've got the duration at which the random containers trigger. And as we slide the control over to the right, so we're increasing the population, the duration decreases, and so the containers trigger at a faster rate, essentially adding more voice.
Thank you so much for checking out our deep dive on the audio of Tavern Keeper. Just a big shout out and thanks to Greenheart Games for all the support and all the ambition and ideas they gave us, especially working with Chad and all the audio side of things with Wise. It's been an absolute pleasure, and we can't wait to see people play it, and we hope you enjoy the game.
And we are back. Hope everyone is having a great time with us for Save and Sound. American Arcadia and Jusant have discounts going on right now. Symphonia, Bits and Bops, and Tavern Keeper all have a demo for you to try out. And by the way, we're still giving out keys to over 40 different games who are all participating in the festival itself. We'll link the form in chat right now, and we're picking winners as we go, so really no pressure. Kate, what do we have next?
We'll start this section off with Metal Hellsinger, a headbanging rhythm demon game that will showcase a concert of the game's heavy metal soundtrack. Following that is Crown Gambit, a turn-based tactical game where players battle for the crown through strategy and political intrigue. We'll get to watch a one-of-a-kind church performance. After that, we've got a digital version of the popular board game Wingspan, a bird collecting game that is now even more immersive. We'll get more information about its sounds and music in a deep dive by Bartosz Maćkowiak. Up next is We Harvest Shadows, a horror farming simulator where David Whaley, Matt and Thomas Stokes give us insight into the song in their demo and also perform it outside by a campfire. We'll wrap this block up with Dorfromantik, a relaxing puzzle and strategy game where you build idyllic landscapes by placing tiles, creating peaceful villages, rivers, and forests. We'll see a deep dive with a performance from the composers of this lovely soundtrack. Enjoy the show!
Run your fucking ass! Yeah! Keep it coming!
When all said and all done, a dying sun in front of me. When all said and all done, bright colors crack and fade to gray. A vow of devotion, it crumbles into drifting ash. Do you feel what I feel? This devastation seems to comfort me. Let this body strike, let this fire burst into flame. A consecration of my madness, it consumes me and burns. Is it still the same for you? It's your ceremony in me. I'm holding on. Let this body break, let this scorching last. It's all beyond this age. It's all beyond this now. The devastation feels like home. Keep fucking moving. This black moon, we choose to follow despite our best belief. Oblivion, redemption, conflagration tears the soul apart. Beyond these hollow eyes can see, beyond the lies that should not be. You always spoke the truth, but never knew it all. Just like a fade away. Let this body strike, let the spiral burst in. Pick me up. The desolation of my mind, it consumes me and burn. Let it still the same for you. It's a ceremony in vain. I'm holding on. Let this body break, let this scorching last. It's all beyond resistance. Let's see you fucking move in that pit, hell. Come on. Gamescom, let's do this shit. Take all of you. Let it fire spread. Annihilate. Upright. No fun. No limits is free. Not eternity. Revive. the truth, but never knew it all. Never knew it all. So you feel what I feel. I hear this life outside death. Scream for me, my friends. That's what I'm talking about. I'm still here, holding on. Let this body break, let this scorching last. It's all beyond this end. It's all beyond this young. The devastation feels like home. This devastation feels like home. Dankeschön, bis bald. Our very essence disrupting you. Silence! You say you stole a talk. Silence today. You're in exile. Denying your testimony. Fiction that became a truth. A message will be spoken. A vision for the new. Your charity of oppression. Your thoughts and hopes and loss of silence. We can't say silence no more. We say silence no more. So bring all these voices. This gets to ask your choices. Break down the down. The apocalypse of mankind. So bring all these voices. This gets to ask your choices. Break down the down. The apocalypse of your crown. Claims for justice. The sequel. A filthy practice. There is some growth. Thoughts of poison. The great divider. Outlaws the notion of the soul of the outsider. Show God our word of glory. That's all she's unworking. Go down your fears. The pits of hell. The purpose of the windshield. Your charity of oppression. Your thoughts and hopes and lost in silence. We can't stay silent no more. We'll stay silent no more. All obstacles thrown away. We break the order. The freedom, the unchained, pave the way. Come on, no the unclaimed, make your way. All obstacles thrown away. We break the order. The freedom, the unclaimed, pave the way. Come on, no make your way. This game's always checked out.
Show God how works of the way to stop me with you. Go down your myth, the pits of hell to stop me with you. So beautiful, these voices, this kiss tonight, your choices. Bring down, the apocalypse of mankind. So beautiful, these voices, this kiss, your choices. Bring down, the apocalypse of your drown.
Скував у лід, злий зимник на сотні літ, та лицар коті примчав, і звіра пропав і слід. Холод відступив, сонечко зійшло, і у серця людські надію принесло. Славний потік, поборник зими, як всі втомились від холоду й тьми, знову в краю щастя розцвіло, відважність його оживило тепло. Село скував у лід, злий зимник на сотні літ, та лицар коті примчав, і звіра пропав і слід. Холод відступив, сонечко зійшло, і у серця людські надію принесло. Славний коті, поборник зими, як всі втомились від холоду й тьми, знову в краю щастя розцвіло, відважність його оживила тепло. Кров пролита марно, в'язали гад. Рано, брате мій, відійшов твій дух в тар. Назавжди молодим побачив ти хланку. Навічно молодим побачив ти хланку. Що ж лишилось мені плакати про свій гріх? Краще б твоя доля Навічно молодим побачив ти ланку. Втім, ти був приречений у ніч, як народився, мученика кров'ю весь Майдан омився. Назавжди молодим побачив ти ланку. Навічно молодим побачив ти ланку. Назавжди молодим побачив ти ланку. Навічно молодим побачив ти ланку.
Hello, my name is Bartosz Maćkowiak. I'm from Monster Couch, and I'm responsible for sound design in Wingspan Digital Edition. Wingspan Digital is a serene, relaxing card game immersed in themes of birds and nature. So, it was necessary to prepare a sound background representing the natural world. The sound background is divided into 3 segments: natural sound of wind and environment, background default birds, and main birds. Natural ambient is split by habitat, meaning you will hear different things when you observe the wetlands from those you hear in the grassland or forest. The sounds of cards, dice, and a bird feeder in a digital edition are actual recording of items that are part of physical board game. This is a small thing, but important for overall impression and feeling of the game board adaptation. Pleszówka białoskrzydła. You can hear birds throughout the game, chirping in the distance and encouraging you to explore the natural world. But the most important are birds, featured on the cards. The sound assigned to the birds that I upload to the digital habitats correspond to the actual bird species. Before I started working on Wingspan, I could only distinguish between pigeon and a sparrow. Now, it has definitely changed. Searching the internet, I came to Xenocanto, portal created by ornithologists and bird enthusiasts, and supplemented thanks to Macaulay Library. Macaulay Library is a part of the Cornell Lab of Ornithology of Cornell University in New York State, and is the largest repository of bird sound as well as the largest animal media in general. The recordings I encountered came from a various parts of the world, more or less accessible to humans. Dense old-growth forest, murky lakes and ponds, rocky mountain areas. These are just examples of places where a bird that has been placed in a board game could be found. Rain and wind in the wilderness, or the killer sun near a busy road were not discouraging for true bird enthusiasts when looking for a place to set up, and if they are lucky, record the bird they are interested in. The biggest challenge I faced while working on Wingspan Digital Sounds was dealing with different levels of sound quality. The audio materials I was given to work with, sometimes dating back to the 60s, were recorded with a high range of recording devices and stored on a variety of media, from analog cassettes, mini cassettes, CDs, and lastly, memory cards. The level of noise resulting not only from the environment of the recording site, but also from the issue of the device itself, sometimes threw me into deep waters of audio editing. In order to get a sound sample suitable for human ear, I used multiple layers of filters, declippers, noise reduction, declickers, and sometimes extremely distractive sound editing. I wanted to understand where a particular bird starts making sounds, and when it stops, to start cleaning up the sample from scratch. UI, food, or interactive trivia elements are to merge with the varied backgrounds prepared by our artists into a cozy whole, in which players can immerse themselves mindfully. Finally, I must mention beautiful music composed by Paweł Górniak, who received Gold Record for his soundtrack. This is that soundtrack. His work enhanced the game's relaxing and immersing potential, making it whole. Thank you for listening to the charming words of birds and sounds in Wingspan. Take care.
Hi, my name's David Whaley. I'm the developer of We Harvest Shadows.
My name's Matt, and I voiced Garrett. And my name's Thomas. I wrote and produced a song at the end of the demo.
Big Crick, artist name, and he made the song Holy Shrine, which has been so fantastic to see the reception of at the end of the demo for We Harvest Shadows. We Harvest Shadows, I'm calling it a farming horror allegory, and it's about this man named Garrett who wants to run away from the world, so he buys this abandoned farm. But at nighttime, when he feels most alone, he's haunted by his inner demons, and they come to life. And so I really love this idea of this character who's played by Matt. He plays Garrett. And Matt, I wanted to ask you, what's going through his head at the end? Like, he's happy at the beginning. He's like, oh, I've escaped the world. I can be free. But I don't think he feels like that during the ending of the demo.
Yeah, no. So what I tried to bring with to the performance for Garrett is he makes this decision at the beginning of the game, and he's convinced that it's the right decision. But after he makes that decision, he throws away the key. He's on this farm. He almost tries to convince himself that he's made the right decision. So that's what I tried to bring to the performance through a few lighthearted pieces of dialogue that really tried to make light of his situation, whether it's the amount of food he has in his refrigerator to keep going, or I tried to bring that to the performances, almost trying to convince himself through lighthearted moments that he made the right decision. But it crescendos to the song that comes on, and that point right there that's the no turning back. He's like, okay, it got real. I'm here for a long time. I'm here to stay. Like, no more convincing myself. Like, it's serious. Especially with what he experiences on the farm. So that's what I tried to do is bring it up to that point. He made the decision. He makes a lot of lighthearted comments, and then when the song comes on, that's it.
Yeah, I love your performance. I love the song. It gives it like the emotional punch it needed. And Thomas, I wanted to ask you, that song, like, I cried when I first listened to it, and just the lyrics, they really touched me. I think that's why it's resonating with so many people. And I wanted to ask you, what was the inspiration for the vocals or the performance?
Yeah, absolutely. So when I first heard about the song, or about the game, David gave me a rundown of what was going on in Garrett's head, and I wanted to get to a place kind of similar to where he was at to be able to write those lyrics. So I went to I stayed with our in-laws in Wyoming, in Star Valley, Wyoming, kind of in the middle of nowhere, similar to Garrett, and I went, on the back porch at 3 a.m. Trying to write these lyrics, and the melody is actually the same throughout the whole song. It doesn't change at all, hardly, and that kind of like goes to show how monotonous his life has become. He's just doing the same thing over and over again. Starting to get lonely, and will there ever be an end to this? And then lyrically, I tried to get myself into Garrett's head and bring to life just how lonely and horrifying his experience is starting to become. He's hearing voices behind him. He feels like these demons have awoken inside of him. he's trying to drown his sorrows basically in this isolation, but it's only making it worse. And at the end of the song, you know, he's trying to convince himself, you know, I'm fine, but he's obviously not. So yeah,
No.
that's kind of where the not okay. So that's where the inspiration came from mostly. Yeah.
Dude, I love it. The song's beautiful.
Thank
Thanks
you.
for helping with my game. Thank you, Matt, for helping with my game.
Absolutely.
I would love to hear you guys perform Holy Shrine by Big Crick. Acoustic performance?
We can do it.
All
Let's
right,
go.
let's
Yeah.
get it set up. It'll be awesome.
2, 3.
All through life, heaven begins us, hell is within us. All will die, no one will grieve it if you believe it. Passing time, tearing the wood up, somebody would have. Voices shine, noises behind me, terrors unwind me. Statues cry, wasn't the dead we rose, demons inside a wall. Drink your wine, let it erase your pain, let it absolve your blame. Holy shrine, loneliness echoes, no one will let it go. And I am fine, no one to talk to, nobody wants to. I am fine, no one to talk to, nobody wants to. And I am fine, and I am fine.
Hello, my name is Larissa Okada, and I'm one of the composers for Dorf Romantic. I am based in Seattle, Washington, USA, and I'm responsible for writing Pleasant Hill, Fasanengarten, Mountain View, and Elk Grove. When creating the palette for at least my tracks, I wanted to focus on equal parts organic instruments as well as synthetic, so namely piano, plucked instruments like guitar, nyckelharpa, brushed drums like brushed snare heads, cello, and violin. For the synthetic stuff, I chose soft rounded synths and airy pads to give a sense of outdoorsiness. I was brought on, I think, second musically, and I was really inspired by Saigo Salas's first initial track, Schabernack, and I loved the rhythm of the brushed snare head. You'll hear it towards the middle, later part of the song. And it just gave this feeling of being on a train ride in the countryside, and it matched the visuals of the game so well. I really took inspiration from that first track he wrote, and you can hear the palette influences in tracks like Fasanengarten. Visually, I also took inspiration from the beautiful color palette. As a person with synesthesia, I see colors in music, so it was easy for me to translate those like almost pastel colors like yellow, pink, blue into the music. It was a great, unusual opportunity for me to write with a lot of major keys, major harmonies, as opposed to minor. And I feel like from playing the game, just seeing the captures really, it had like a warmth to it, which to me equals major key chord harmonies, right? I will say there is one exception to that, which is the other track, Fasanengarten, which is the only track of mine really in a minor key, although it's more accurate to say that it's rooted in a D pedal tone, which means that throughout the track, you hear the same key. The melody will sometimes be in major, and sometimes it will play a minor key. And so it's in this fluctuating state of major-minor, and I just felt that coupled with the ostinato in the piano that the track starts with and ends with, it felt like a good dynamic arc. So that's the only one that's not in a major key. I think you'll notice, listening to any of those 4 tracks, there's a real sense of weight when you come home to the root or the tonic, which is basically like the center of the key that the song is in. So it feels like a sigh of relief when you get to the tonic, like, oh, okay, this is like a homecoming almost. This game is a unique playlist style implementation, which means that you hear the song played out in full. There's space for the ear to breathe, so it's not like fatiguing over long periods of time, and then it progresses to the next track. Traditionally, you have games where there's like a constant loop that can sometimes be dynamic based on, oh, we have more combat here and so forth. But because Dorfromantik is a game, at least in my case, where you just play on hours and you lose track of time, we wanted to avoid ear fatigue. You want to create a soundtrack that is equal parts enriching the gameplay, but also subtle enough not to be distracting or annoying. Luckily, because of that playlist style implementation, it gave us, as the composers, a nice extended period of time to really develop the song's dramatic arc. So we could be really patient with our writing, introduce ideas and like slowly introduce new elements, sometimes be pretty minimal with it. But it's still very effective because it's developing over a long period of time, you know, as opposed to like a 30-45 second loop. A lot of times in game music, soundtrack titles come surprisingly late. So in our case, pretty late as we were ready to ship the game, we were like, oh, we have to name these songs. I proposed naming the tracks based on towns that we grew up in or just towns that are like important to us. Pleasant Hill, Mountain View, and Elk Grove. I'm from Northern California. All of those are towns and cities that I grew up very close to, and they like have different special meanings to me. And I can't remember who suggested Fasanengarten, but that is clearly a German name that I did not come up with. But I loved that we had that collaborative aspect. And I love seeing like, oh, okay, he named it Schabernack. Like I can Google that and see where that is for them.
Welcome back! Metal Hellsinger has a sale, Crown Gambit and We Harvest Shadows both have a demo, and Wingspan and Dorfromantic are available for purchase. We're getting close to the ending of tonight's program. We have one last block left, and this is the last time you'll be seeing us for this year. What awesome content shall we watch next, Hans?
Yes, I just want to say, thank you to everyone tuning in for the past 2 days and tonight of just hanging out with us for Safe and Sound. So to finish up, we'll have Munch, where you unleash your inner monster in this dark action fantasy roguelike. They will be showcasing a live medley for us tonight. Then we have Rhythm Doctor with a cool dive into the game's soundtrack and how it intertwines with the gameplay. After that, it's time for a short hike. The legendary and cult classic Title has graced us with a chill instrumental performance. The fourth game we'll be checking out is the Thaumaturge, who have provided us with a really nice deep dive into the game's audio. And after that, it will be Buckshot Roulette, the game where you gruesomely gamble your life away will be revealing an exclusive track from the upcoming OST release. And then it's Golden Lap by the same people who made Absolute Drift and Art of Rally, who will be talking about the game's audio and systems behind creating a simple yet realistic racing sim.
Next up is Pacific Drive, a survival driving game where you navigate a dangerous, ever-changing wilderness in a customized car, where we'll be hearing Em, Millie and Murray from A Shell in a Pit. After that, we've got Once Upon a Jester, a whimsical adventure where you improvise and perform shows as a traveling jester, with a heartfelt music video. Up next is Sorry We're Closed, a survival horror game with a deep dive into the game's unsettling audio. Following that is Koira, an atmospheric adventure where you journey through a hand-painted world with your puppy. The studio's founder and the composer will give us a peek into its music composition. The last piece for tonight is Lost in Art, a Miniature Realm, a captivating puzzle adventure where you explore beautifully crafted miniature worlds with an extraordinary performance on instruments that you don't see every day.
Well, this concludes Save and Sound. Well, at least for us, there's still some videos, some cool stuff coming your way. But as Kay said earlier, this is our last hosting segment. So it's been a pleasure and an honor to share this wonderful music and audio without you. And Kate and I can't thank enough the developers, the musicians, the composers, and the team members who have made this all possible. Without them, we wouldn't be able to run this show in the first place. So a huge thank you also to Save and Sound partners, Lurkit, Audiokinetic, Elgato, Aiko partners, and Neon Naroshi. We hope that you enjoy the rest of the show, the rest of the evening, and see you again very soon.
Have a lovely night and thank you so much.
Ready, get, set, go. 2, 2, 2, 2. 3, 3. 3, 3, 3. 2, 2, 3. Stop. Ready, get, set, go. 4, 4, 4. 4, 3, 4, 3, 2, 3, 3, 2, 2, 4, 4, 3, 2, 4, 3, 2, 3, 4, 3, 2, 3, S plus. Good job.
Hi, I'm Agnieszka Wlazły, lead audio designer here in Fool's Fury, the creators of a story-driven RPG with morally ambiguous choices, taking place in a culturally diverse world of 20th century Warsaw. The Thaumaturge. And here is our audio deep dive. Our game takes place in a multicultural melting pot that was 20th century Warsaw. Having that in mind, we tried to bring that identity forward in our soundtrack, marrying elements from neo-romantic music, Polish folk, klezmer with influences from Balkan, Tatar or Caucasus music. This, together with blues, creates what we think a good metaphor for the identity of our main character, Wiktor Szulski. Warsaw's many districts each have their own distinctive characteristics, and as such, required different musical styles to express them. We focused on neo-romantic and neoclassical music for Śródmieście and Powązki, adding to it hints of alarm and tension, which we feel is in line with local population's frame of mind at that time of history. Districts such as Powiśle or Port Praga, being places of a more questionable reputation, have more overdriven and dissonant tunes sprinkled into their music. Praga and Mirów takes elements from historical Warsaw's ethnic minorities' music. That includes bits and pieces from Jewish, Tatar or Balkan music. Main motifs and themes have different variants and arrangements, depending on which scene is currently on the screen and which characters take part in it. A good example of that is the Thaumaturge theme, which different variations can be heard all over the soundtrack. When Wiktor is the main focus of the scene, this theme is played as an electric guitar blues lick.
Focus on your heart first.
My heart reveals the first inscription before me. From now on, we have one heart that beats with one rhythm.
Ariel Rofe's variant is the same melody, just arranged differently, in klezmer style, using improvisations on a habaraba scale.
What are you making such a gavolt for? What do you want?
Your salutor. I don't know him.
He's a debug. He looks around for lost souls who don't know better and go where they shouldn't.
To create Samira's version, we used more percussive instruments as well as whispering female vocal trio to emphasize the identity she had created for herself, the medium.
It won't let me grasp it.
From now on, our mind will keep no secrets from itself. That's easy.
I think I felt your thoughts, but we'll get back to that.
For VJ Emir's version, we wanted to show his Tatar roots, using juz harp and throat singing.
The tea is brewing and it will do us all good. Madame, I presume you're a thaumaturge?
Salam alaikum.
Hopefully.
Our music system focuses on joining together fragments with a more procedural form, such as in casual dialogues or exploration, with parts of a more cinematic linear form, such as in cutscenes.
I hope you know what you're doing.
Did you want a pumpkin carriage and some glass slippers, senora? Smuggling in as romantic as that.
Javier, yes? I've outgrown fairy tales. I'm here to make a deal.
of music are defined by in-game location, quest progression, or players' choices, and many more. Each transition between two musical pieces follows a specific rules for blending methods or responsiveness of the change. In some cases, to achieve a smooth transition, we needed to use specific musical pieces in the form of, let's say, musical joints called transition segments. We used silence as a tool to enhance the most important scenes of the game. We wanted the player to feel the difference between casually exploring Warsaw streets and experiencing emotional beats in the main story.
Back in a moment.
Mr. Rofa, what?
She'll be fine. It's all over. You're both free.
Despite our game having a fantasy setting, we wanted our sound design to be grounded and realistic. Every supernatural element of the game, such as salutors, thaumaturgy, dreams, visions, have a more dark, esoteric vibe in their sound design. We wanted to show that thaumaturgy is an art different than magic.
You're blind.
The designs of the salutors are based on creatures from myths and legends from different cultures that were present in 1905 Warsaw. You can see creatures from Slavic, Balkan, Arabic or Kabbalah lore. Creating their sounds, we wanted not only show their physicality and animated movements, but also refer to their origin. For example, some sounds for Veles, a Slavic god of underworld and wealth, are made from conies. When Krampus, a creature that punishes children during Christmas, moves, you can hear bells jingling. The city's sound design is dependent on time of day and story's progression. The same location can sound different depending on various parameters. In a specific time of day, on city streets, you can meet buskers. You can interact with them and listen to some musical pieces that were popular at that time of history in Europe and get another entry in your collectible panel. The player can also find gramophone records, which are scattered in various locations. They can also be collected and played at will from the panel in the inventory. Well, that sums up our audio deep dive. There's more where that came from, but we hope our 10-minute summary provided you with plenty of insight. And if you want to hear more of 20th Century Warsaw, make sure to check out the Thaumaturge and its soundtrack on Steam. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Michele Pospisil, and today I'm going to talk about the sound and music that we made with Slava for Golden Lap. Golden Lap is a Formula 1 manager game based in the 70s, and your goal is to win the championship. Compared to other manager games, Fan Selector wanted to create a much more relaxing game based on simplicity, environment, and the mood. So even for the sound design, the main goal is keep it super simple and don't overcomplicate stuff. And today I want to show you how we solve some problem and issue that came up during the production of this project. If you ask someone about the sound of Formula 1, he would reply. And this was all we need. Since it's a simple 2D game, we doesn't need a complex engine realistic system. We just want to make it feel the player to be in the pit lane with his mechanics while the car is passing by. But this sound is not what we need. We need an engine from the 70s. We doesn't need a realistic one because it's not a simulator, but at least we need something that really evoke you that kind of vibes with more low end and much more roaring. If we find out there's no so many library that fit our purpose, rent one of these cars can be extremely rare and expensive. So as a small team, we couldn't afford that. So we tried some different approach, like engine simulator or creating sound with a synthesizer, manipulate modern recording to make it feel more vintage, but none of this solution felt right to us. Until we find out in Monaco, every year they do this amazing event where people drive and race with 70s, 50s, 80s Formula 1 car, sport car in general. We discovered a friend of us being there in past edition, and he recorded for himself a lot of footage of the car passing by for his own memories. And he's been more than happy to share with us all of this recording. This wasn't really professional recording, but it was good enough for our purpose, so we can start to work on it. We clean up the recording, slow it down a little bit to make it less harsh and aggressive, use some plugin to warm it up all the sound in general, and finally add a little bit of reverb for a touch of magic that we all like. Now that we have solved the first problem, we have our engine sound pass by, but we know the environment on a race weekend is important as much as the engine sound. So we have 4 locations, and we want to immediately give to the player the feeling to be in a countryside, in a forest, on the seaside or in a city, to be able to understand what kind of trait that track have. Next, we have the crowds. Super important. We want to have on the Saturday chatting, guessing who's gonna take the pole position, enjoying the evening, and go crazy during the race, cheering for his favorite driver when he passed by, gasp when a crash happened, and at the end, some car racing in distance to give that kind of confusion. But we still miss something. After looking at some footage in the past, studying a little bit what kind of vibes, what kind of things that actually gives you the idea to be on a paddock, in the box, we realized we were missing the human factor of the speakers. So, fun story about the speakers. I impersonated this guy who helps you to know what happened around the track. And since we don't want to build a sophisticated system, we don't need that, we create this Simlish voice recorded with this really vintage microphone that I have as a Bayer Dynamic from the 70s or 80s, I don't remember exactly, and I talk in this microphone with this kind of excitement and with the fake voice like mixing some Japanese, German, Italian, I don't know, kind of sounds. And this is the results for the Saturday. And for the Sunday, much more excitement. And finally, we get the sound picture that we was looking for a quali day and for a race day. And since we have a lot of fun with this little mic, we explore and record all the other sound that we need for the mechanics working on the car during the pit stops or other action and animation by recording this drill, some mechanics tools, some vintage calculator. The things that we always have in mind is try to capture the warmth and the smoothness of the sound that we are recording, passing through some vintage gear, use some plugin that emulate some vintage outboard tape to warm up everything, because the final goal was always try to give to the player a nice and smooth audio experience. Last but not least, the music. Slava, who already worked on the previous game of Fan Selector, like Art of Rally and Absolute Drift, perfectly nailed the tune of the game. He worked with some vintage modular synthesizer and the Yamaha GS80 to emulate the sound from the 70s of Vangelis, especially for the percussion parts and the lead bass part. This will immediately bring the player back in that era with a touch of modern sound that match perfectly. The best way to say goodbye to you is to leave you at the build-up of one of the songs that Slava made for Golden Lap and say thank you for watching. Bye.
Hi, I'm Arina Tara. I am the singer, songwriter, and co-producer of the Reveil game soundtrack. And today I'll be singing you an acoustic version of We Will Go. Enjoy!
Treading water with eyes wide shut, down the hill and up the well we will go. As I run into open life's arms, open wide, a heavy silence, and I'm on my knees. I'll stay here. We all will go alone, so I get used to the shattering cold in your bones that remind me of home. We all will fade away, so why not enjoy this? And with the sound of your shattering cold, start this game again. Da 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 da. Da 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 and roaring laughter, but I can't hear cheers as I fall. Silent echoes ringing in my ear. I'm not here. We all will go alone, so I get used to the shattering cold in your bones that reminds me of home. We all will fade away, so why not enjoy this? And with the sound of your shattering cold, start this game again. We all will go alone, so I get used to the shattering cold in your bones that reminds me of home. We all will fade away, so why not enjoy this? And with the sound of your shattering bones, start this game again. Da, 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 da. Da, 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 da.
The sound of Pacific Drive was designed to help the player feel like they're present in this otherworldly place that's alive and unpredictable, with an illusion of comfort in their car. Let's start by talking about the ambiences because they were such a huge part of setting the mood through sound. We had 4 main areas with many different zones, each with 3 different beds and settings for the time of day and weather. The garage was the home base and comfort zone, with parameters to dim the outside world while still hearing it through this portal we set up by the door. We had custom perspective settings like this that we used for all the buildings. And then the forest was the most familiar and safe. The swampy area started to feel a little more weird, but still had a lot of familiar elements like frogs. And then rocky was the most dangerous and out of the ordinary. Each of these zones had a set of unnatural scatter sounds that often made the player think there was something nearby. And then we had an extremely detailed set of weather-based ambiences. Each kind of rain had its own bed depending on how heavy it was and whether it was inside a building, the car, or outside. We also had different intensities of winds and scatter sounds for all the different kinds of weather. And then in general, the sheer amount of design work that went into the anomalies, car upgrades, props, stations, and story moments also make the sound of this game unique. Every last detail has custom coverage. To contribute to the feeling that the zone is alive, many of the elements had layers from live creatures or people as well.
There are these creatures that jump on you. They jump on the car. I got COVID and I lost my voice. And when my voice was returning, it sounded really creepy. So I started with recording my voice. And this is how it sounded. And that was basically the main layer for these guys. So this is my voice with Black Hole, and then I also added a tremolo to make it move. Kind of like going like that. And then I started working on the feeling of what the body felt like. But then that wasn't enough because I needed something like more menacing, so I added this layer right here. And it's like a vocal, like very dark. And those are the bunnies. It's just 2 animals and reverb. I used camels. And they're already like really creepy on their own. So if you add Black Hole and the orb, once I had those, I added horses. Very regular horse, your everyday horse. Add reverb and you play it back slower. It sounds. So then when you add the horse and the camel together with the orb and Black Hole, you have
Millie also recorded many non-human elements to add to her anomaly design. Outside of the zone, the design of the car had a lot of detail to help it feel like the real thing. Like that feeling you get when you open the door and step out of the rain. On the design side, this meant a lot of recording. From the engine of the studio director Alex's wagon the game was based around, to the footsteps, doors, horn, and buttons of my station wagon. The buttons were used for most of the UI sounds to build on the theme of the game. We even added the sound of a seatbelt, even though there wasn't a visual for that, because safety first. The implementation of the car is also very important to the sound of the overall game, with different perspectives for the engine sound, and many parameters to account for which surface you're driving on and what kind of tire you're using.
Basically, every wheel plays from this surface wheel installed container. And the first step is, do we have a wheel there at all? Because you could be driving the car and be missing a wheel entirely. So if you're missing a wheel, we've got the tire missing sound. If you do have the wheel installed, we have all of these sounds that play. We've got the drift layer. We have just like the regular forward sound, so just the core layer. We've got spinning, so if you're, say you're pushed up against a wall and you have the gas down all the way, and you're not actually making any progress. And we figure out if we're spinning stuck based on, we do a calculation in the engine based on how much throttle we have on versus how much speed we have. So we have a window where it gradually ramps up over time. We've just added an additional layer, which is if you're using a type of tire that would have poor performance, we have a different sound for if it's irregular, if it's flat, or if it's blown. A couple different states, we have normal and flat, and then eventually we add the blown out layer if the wheel is blown out while it's flat. Yeah, the car tires just have a lot of different RTPCs driving them. We have the speed of the car, we have the throttle of the car. We do some different stuff based on if this is the front, one of the front two tires or one of the back two tires. There's some sounds that we decrease in volume if they're the back tires. If the wheel is installed or not, that will help us switch between some of those assets, the spinning amount. We also filter the sounds based on how closed the doors are, because for example, you could have a door completely off or hanging open if something knocked it open. Yeah, there's just a whole bunch of tires, and that's how the system is broken down in Wwise.
We also have dynamic perspective shifts for the radio depending on whether you're in the car or outside with the doors opened or closed.
For a long time, the radio just sort of was filtered based on how many car doors were open, but sort of right at the end I was able to add, it's like based on your position relative to which car doors are open. So you get the natural feeling of occlusion of like, if you're right next to an open door, you're going to hear it pretty clearly. But as you go to the other side of the car, it's going to sound like it's filtered out. But that doesn't apply to the reverb send for the world. So if the door is open, but you're in a reverberant space like one of the industrial sites, you'll still have like the full spectrum sound, like pumping the reverb, so it sounds like it's coming out of the car and like filling up the space.
Overall, the world you're experiencing in the game is reflected in the sound, whether it's the calm of the garage or the intensity of the storm. The zone is alive, dynamic, and thoughtfully designed to have the sound transport the player into the world.
Sitting on a boat while I sail away with you, we're finally able to make our dreams come true. Only me and you and I on a new adventure. Nothing in this life can quite compare to this friendship we are in until the end. Over and over I thought to myself, living a life without you, I would sink to the bottom where we once met, sing from the bottom of our friendship. come true. After all, there's nothing you can do. Over and over I thought to myself, living a life without you I would sing to the bottom where we once met, sing from the bottom of our friendship. Over and over I thought to myself, living a life without you I would sing to the bottom where we once met, sing from the bottom of our friendship. Once upon a jester, always looking for a new adventure. Grab your backpacks, we're gonna sleep in tents and stay up late again. Roast the marsh, see a star, sing a song. It's once upon a jester. Join us on a musical adventure. No matter what, we're gonna stick together. When we get on stage, we'll become what we love in our show forever. With you, I'll travel all the land. So get jester till the end of the show. The curtains close, but backstage is once upon a jester. Once upon a jester. Once upon a jester. In our old lives, nothing ever happened. Never in a happy ever after. We never could have guessed. Once upon a jester. Wonder what is next on this adventure. You'll never know what you get until you get there. Living life on stage, giving all that we have in our show forever. With you, I'll travel all the land. So get jester till the end of the show. The curtains close, but backstage I will be with you. I'll travel all the land. So get jester till the end of the show. The curtains close, but backstage I will be with you. I'll travel all the land. So get jester till the end of the show. The curtains close, but backstage it's once upon a jester. This is a song for Besto. Besto, you're the besto. Your hair's made of spaghetti. Your soul's just dry, not wetty. Besto, even though no one bought you at the store. Besto, don't forget you're worth so much more. Someday you will be better than the rest. Oh, no one will forget your name. Your name is I've looked for you these last few days, but now I wanna change my ways. That is why I wrote this song. Does it make you wanna sing along? Someday you will be better than the rest. Oh, no one will forget your name. Your name is. Someday you will be better than the rest. Oh, no one will forget your name. Your name is. Someday you will be
Mijn laatste akkoordje pak ik net verkeerd.
I am a vocalist and audio engineer.
I am mostly a vocalist. I have recently been foraying into the production side of things, but yeah, that's my role.
I'm Shadowbird. I've been producing for about, at least a decade. I'm the one making all the sounds. I'm the one making the beats.
We went on Twitter and started DMing game developers. Alamode was, showing off their designs for Sorry We're Closed, and that was one that we messaged, and they told us that they were big fans because we have a contribution in the No More Heroes 3 soundtrack as well. And they were saying they were huge fans, and so to have us come to them to work on music for the game is something they were really excited about, and that made us excited because we're just like, wow, like, you guys are making this really cool game and you already know about us, and we started getting to talking, and this is how it started, at least.
It was the art. It was just the look of everything. It gravitated me towards them. Like, I felt this pull towards them. I have to get my hands in this somehow.
It was so many things and energies that were like drawing us into this game.
There was various inspirations from all over the place, but basically I just try to take various production styles. But I wanted to stay within the lane of basically what the game is like. Like, I wanted like moody, try to keep everything, mysterious. I was listening to Clams Casino. That's kind of the artist I was kind of leaning towards, because he has that ambient sound. So I was kind of like going with it.
The characters in the world itself of Sorry We're Closed. Like, I was putting myself in like that space in that world and thinking like, what like a person who's like making music about this world and these events, like what would they say? We were making the vibe, and like, so I just needed to tap into the game, honestly. Like, that's me.
It is a listening experience. It is our hearts and our souls on a track.
It resonated with like a lot of things that I've dealt with, like thematically, conceptually, and the words that you heard is like it's game lyrics, but then it's also our lyrics too, like what we've gone through and how we're able to tell it through the game.
So we kind of have like a back and forth process, which is kind of funny given the lyrics back and forth.
Back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth.
I'll write a certain percentage of the song for my verse, and then I'll throw it back to him, and then he'll write his part, and then we'll just kind of like bounce off each other until the song is finished.
One of the songs that you hear from us actually has like 3 different versions. Depending on the path you take playing the game, you'll hear like different lyrics. Everyone's gonna have a unique experience because like some of them like have different lyrics, but it's the same song. At least, from the reception of the trailer, that I feel like we did a pretty good job, like production wise and with the lyricism to make that happen.
Some of the most challenging music I've ever written for. If you're making a song for a specific character, you can focus on certain aspects of that character, but when you're the boss, you have to look at it from a certain perspective. You have to think about everything that boss entails. You have to think about what's gonna happen if they succeed or if they fail, and incorporating that kind of stuff into their music. The answer is just going to be yes, and we'll just leave it at that, stone cold.
We made sure that it was a core part of the experience and not just music in the background. I can't wait to brag about it when y'all hear it.
hello everyone. Thank you for joining us. So,
Hello.
I'm Ben Lega, I'm the founder and creative director on the project, and today I'm
Reginald, the musician, the composer of the project.
Yes, thank you so much for joining us. And so we are part of Studio Tolima. We are a young studio based in Brussels, Belgium, and we are working on our first debut project, which is called Korra. Korra is a poetic narrative adventure game where you wake up in a snowy forest and you meet a little puppy that got trapped in the snow. You save him, and together you set out on an incredible journey. You save other woodland creatures, you overcome obstacles, you play games together. But there are some hunters in the forest who are trying to kidnap your dog as they are trying to progress towards the house. So today we wanted to deep dive a bit more into the musical aspect of the game together with Reggie, and to look at how we approach the music and the sound effect in the game. Music was very key from the start of the project, because when we started the project in the prototype phase, we were already the two of us together, starting with the music to kind of use it to prototype. And it was very key in the sense that it's a game where the narration is made without any word of text. So it's important that the music can really be there to underline the emotion, to convey what we are trying to show with the imagery and the gameplay that the player are doing. So maybe you can tell us a bit more about the start of the project, how this first composition came to be, how you got inspired from them, and how they kind of evolved as we moved on the project and we started to have the game kind of shaping and finding this unique mood initially.
First, this game is a story of Ben and me, because it's like a synchronicity. If you know Carl Gustav Jung, it's impressive how we meet in the night in Brussels and we begin this story like that. I was searching about someone to help me to make a video game. He was in the same point of view, and we meet. It's crazy how we meet in the night, and yeah, he's telling me, okay, I'm searching someone, telling me, oh yeah, me too, and he asked me to let him listen my music, and he loved it, and it's beginning like that. And after that we have some like brainstorming about the idea of Ben, who came in the when he listened my music, and I give him a lot more music to let him be more inspired, and we talk about and the game is born like that.
Yeah. So I think it was really like the thing that matched initially is that the vibe of the game really fitted with the music you were already developing and that you were making for a long time, and that were more orchestral, melancholic, this kind of nostalgic vibe. And I think it's something that initially clicked between the two of us. It's kind of same mood that we like to kind of go inside, and you had it naturally with your music, and with the story and the art style is what I wanted to do. So directly when we put the two together, a story was being told then.
And I have also in mind all the time Paris, Jan Tiersen. So it's my first inspiration for the game. It's like to have minimalist music, like waltz, like, you know, accordion, waltz, and trying to all the time create some kind of vibes, groove with the accordion, and to be in Paris, to have some melancholy. All the time the music, it's like joyful, but all the time with some touch of melancholy behind. And the most difficult things for me in this game is to stay simple. All the time this guy is coming to me, hey, no, it's too much, try to don't put the level to 8, and what? And I learned a lot about the simplicity. It's very difficult. We call that simplexity. That's an interesting word, to stay simple, but it's a lot of work to be simple.
Yeah, because indeed, like the game, it's really the core of it. It's really minimal. Like we said, there's no text in the game, but also we want to have as less UI as possible to make it that it's very immersive and very natural how you would interact with the world. So you have this one button to talk as the main character and to interact, and we want that it kind of is reflected everywhere. Like the art style is very epurated, very simple, and so the music also.
we have two big music we want to reach in the game, so all the other music must be fit to this one.
Yeah, because like the music is often key for these big important moments.
Yeah.
But so we try to not have the music like playing all the time through the game and really
Also,
keep it at this very key moment for the story.
And the silence also is
yeah,
important
absolutely.
point
Because
in the game.
you can also
Silence.
tell something with where you don't play the music.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Everything is very organical and for the music and the SFX, everything was like painting, and it's why we talk about musical painting because it's
in this final phase, that's what you do a lot, right? This musical painting, which is basically to like record the game. Now that everything is in place, the cutscene, the gameplay, the level design, and then to basically compose on top of it.
Exactly.
Plays the music, plays the sound effects.
Everything's like painting. We have the real SFX system indeed. So when the situation is becoming very serious, like in the real life, all the sound effects are becoming real. We stop to play with the world. Everything is sounding normally. Like when you touch an apple, it's falling normally. When you jump from the cliff, you have the sound of the floor.
Or like the birds flying away, it becomes
the
a normal
birds flying
sound.
away, and you have no totally normal sound. Everything is becoming like it's interesting because everything looks like more dramatic like that and serious. Suddenly, the world is becoming it's losing its magic.
Yeah, because the relationship with Doug is really like at the center of the game.
Yeah.
So it's all about this bond and how it evolves in the game.
Yeah.
And so because we don't have text in the narration, we use like animation to convey this relationship, but also art and music. And for example, with the art, we will put more light, more color in the environment. And when they are separated, it's darker, it's more cold and grayscale. And with the music, we do the same, right? Where if suddenly the dog is there, it's more joyful, there's a lot of music, of sound effects, everything is very orchestral. And when you are without him, everything is more cold and scary and dangerous. And this is where like the real sound effects come back. And I think it's interesting because then in the sound design, we have the same kind of duality that we have kind of in the global atmosphere of the game, where it's both very cute and wholesome and about playing and the friendship with your dog. And at the same time, you have all these moments that are darker about the hunters chasing you and the struggles of the characters against the forest. And so it's kind of reflected in the sound, right? Where we both have the things that are very musical and very playful, and you can just touch things and it makes sounds, and the moments that are more solemn, where basically everything starts to be more branch cracking, footsteps in the snow, just the cold sound of a distant gunshot or birds flying away. So it all contrasts nicely, and I think contributes to give the global mood of the game, like to make it feel as a whole, where it's not just one duality or the other, but it's really the two together that create kind of the unique mood that we want to have in the game. And so for example, for the characters, so there are all these different voices, the boars, the dog, the main characters, the hunters, the birds.
Hunter.
How do you choose the voice for each character, and what are the voice for each character?
Yeah, but like for example, for the hunter, I choose the brass sound because it's like more aggressive, more in bass, and Neige is look like it's using the flute, so it's more high. It's more the yin side of the world, and the hunter are like the yang side of the world, so they are more deep in the world. They are more heavy, and Neige is more light. And also for the boar, that was obvious that the staccato brass was perfect for them. So it was the good one. For the dog, I think we start with harmonica. The first time, a lot of people are thinking it's harmonica, but it's an accordion. And I think we start with harmonica, or Neige was starting with harmonica.
So thank you everyone for tuning in. Thank you very much for listening, and I hope it got you interested in seeing the rest of the game. Obviously, there's a lot of very cool elements of music that we couldn't show because they are later in the game, but we hope it inspired you to try out the game. So feel free to wishlist it on Steam. And so you will be notified when it comes out in April of 2025. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, and I hope you're gonna enjoy my love and passion.
Oh, hello there. It looks like someone's about to play a few tunes. Please, don't mind me. I'm just here to enjoy the music, and maybe pop in now and then. Oh, and don't be surprised if a few people from the miniature world decide to crash the concert. They are curious about the event. Well, wasn't that something? But don't be fooled, this was just a glimpse. I'm not just here for the music. My job. Saving entire worlds made of ink? No pressure, right? Oh, the instrument you're hearing in this performance is the Santur, an ancient Mesopotamian instrument even mentioned in the Torah. Fascinating, right? It was once banned by the Shah of Iran for 500 years because its sound resembled a woman's voice, but it made its way into the Ottoman Empire. And now, well, we're still making magic with it. Now, the music you just heard isn't just music, it's part of this world. This guy carefully studied traditional modes like Nihavant, Rast, and Hijaz to capture the true essence of the time. It's perfect for a journey through lost myths, unique puzzles, forgotten folk tales, and surprising historical events. Ready to dive in and help me bring it all back to life? Come on, it'll be fun.